Lisa, are we at exhibit 24? Is that your number? Everyone may have a seat. Waive the call for stake for the defense. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a good evening. We are still in the state's case in chief. The state has concluded its direct examination of Detective Riddle. You are now recognized, Mr. Whalen, for cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning. Is it Detective?
Whatever you want to call me. You can call me by Tim.
I think you guys changed from inspector or from investigators to detectives at one point, or one the other way?
Yes, sir. Good morning, by the way.
Good morning. You and I have different jobs in this system, right?
Correct, sir.
But some of it's similar. I have to talk to witnesses, interview witnesses, talk to the accused, right?
Yes, sir.
And similarly, when folks meet me for the first time, they don't know me. They don't know if they can trust me, right?
Correct.
And when they meet you, they don't know if they can trust you.
Absolutely.
I find that I have to work to gain that trust. Do you?
I think I would describe it as building rapport.
Okay. Now, in your testimony yesterday, you said that your unit handles rapes, robberies, murders, other violent crimes, or they did at the time, right?
At the time, yes, sir.
And now you're mostly homicide.
Yeah, or shootings.
Excuse me?
Shootings as well. Yes, sir.
And when you met Ms. Howington at her home on the 14th of September 2019, you didn't know anything about her, did you?
No, sir. First encounter I've ever had with her.
And when you initially interviewed her there at the house, you did it with a digital recorder, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's what we heard yesterday.
Yes, sir.
And according to my count on that, at about 2 minutes and 40 seconds in, 2 minutes and 35 seconds, she says, I have PTSD, I have post-traumatic stress disorder.
Yes, sir. I heard that yesterday as well.
Did you hear that on September 14th of 2019?
I don't recall. Just going back, I probably did, but I'm not real sure. I'm not sure if I recall that.
And then when you interviewed her there at the house, right?
Yes, sir.
And it was because you needed to interview her that she was not allowed to ride in the ambulance with her daughter to the hospital. Is that correct?
I'm not sure of protocol on that. The little baby had already been, or the 5-year-old had already been transported, and she was still on scene. I'm not real sure. You know, we were dealing with a 2-year-old there as well, so I'm not sure the circumstances when the ambulance took off with the child. I'm sure they wanted to get medical attention to her.
Right. And a KPD officer, we've seen the video, transported her to the hospital.
Correct.
And you weren't at the hospital?
No, sir. I sent Brandon Wardlaw to the hospital.
Detective Wardlaw was at the hospital. And you weren't in the room when the doctor came in to tell her that her daughter had died?
Absolutely not.
Detective Wardlaw was?
I would assume, yes, sir.
You and he didn't talk about that?
I don't recall. I know he was there, so I can only assume that he was probably present.
Well, you reached some conclusions fairly early on that you didn't think Ms. Howington in your interview at KPD after the hospital seemed appropriately distressed or emotional.
I think yesterday I told the jurors that I'm not sure how I know people react differently, and I've done a lot of scenes, so I'm not sure what the appropriate way someone reacts. Everybody handles stress different.
Given that you had that concern, there were times when you and Wardlaw left the room during that interview, right? All the blank spaces we cut out.
There were times we would come back and forth, yes, sir.
Did you ever ask him what she was like at the hospital?
I don't recall, sir.
So it really wasn't that big a concern to you why she might be in the emotional state she was in?
We were investigating the death of her 5-year-old child.
I understand that. So at the time you were investigating that, you knew she had PTSD?
Based upon what she told me, yes.
Right. Well, yeah. At the end of that interview, you went through her purse and saw all the psych meds that were in there, and she said that was for PTSD, right?
That's what she conveyed to Detective Wardlaw.
And those were all prescription bottles?
Yes, sir.
With her name?
Yes, sir.
Her prescription?
Sure.
And in your developing of rapport with Miss Howington, and you asked what was wrong, why she was wasn't really talking to you much, and she said, "I'm a little nervous, I'm scared, I was raped by a police officer."
She did. She said that early on in the interview, and then she said it again. Yes.
Right. And what was your response?
I think we saw it yesterday, sir.
Well, let me ask you, do you, as a professional investigator, who also investigated at that time at least rapes, do you get training on how to deal with a rape victim?
Sir, what happened to her is tragic, and I do not condone that. But at that point in time, I thought she was deflecting, and I thought she was not being honest about the death of her 5-year-old child.
Detective, as a professional who deals with rape cases, do you get training on how to deal with rape victims?
I've dealt with several rapes over my career.
Do you get training on how to deal with rape victims?
Yes, sir.
Would you say that's what you did in response to her informing you she was nervous because she's in a little room with 2 male police officers, and 18 months before she was raped by a male police officer?
I think at the point where I got a little out, well, let's just say frustrated. I was extremely frustrated. Yes, sir.
Oh, but that's not what you said.
Yes, sir.
No, you told Wardlaw says you say, "I'm sorry." After you work through all that, after a bit, you say, "We came off." Oh, I'm sorry. I came off a little like an asshole. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And Wardlaw says, we're dealing with a 5-year-old. We take this seriously.
Yes, sir.
And you said, "No, I'm angry."
I was
He says,
angry.
"No, we take this seriously." And you said, "No, I'm angry."
I agree.
Who were you angry at?
I was angry with Miss Howington.
The grieving mother.
I would disagree with your explanation. I'm not sure how she was grieving, but to not cooperate with an investigation baffled me.
2 minutes and 40 seconds into your interview, 10 minutes and 30 seconds into your interview, you were so angry with her that you leaped from the chair and start screaming at her come over the table, pointing your finger and saying, "Are you fucking kidding me? Your daughter's dead and that's what you're concerned about?"
Yes, sir, I said that.
You're damn right you're going to jail tonight.
She was tampering with evidence.
Which you said, "I don't care about tampering with evidence charges."
I don't. I want her to be truthful about the death of her child.
Because to you, truthful is important, right?
Truth is important.
And you accused her of being untruthful.
Very untruthful.
Right. And she told you, let's be clear, you eventually find out from her that she tells the story about the unidentified black male because she doesn't want Gavin to live with the fact that he killed his sister.
Objection, Your Honor.
She told you.
That's not what she said.
I'm asking the witness.
He can answer if that's what she said, that's what she said.
I think later on in the interview, yes, sir.
Yes. You know that within about 10 minutes or so, let's see where that. The text messages which were sent this is to Joey, right?
From the back of the police car?
Right.
Yes, sir.
Well, yeah, she says, "Go to my house the back way and get my gun out of the bush under the air conditioner. Gavin shot Destiny. Then come to UT. I got you."
I did not get this until probably 3 or 4 or 5 days after the fact, after we rebuilt her phone.
She's telling within, let's see what now this. Well, this is problematic. The only time on these texts is at the top, and it's the same on all of them.
Should have been
right?
swapped over so you can get that.
Right.
I'm not
So
sure.
we don't know exactly what that time frame is.
I can only assume that was while she was en route to the hospital.
So pretty much immediately she's telling her friend, "Gavin killed Destiny. I'm on the way to UT."
That's what she's telling him, yes, sir.
She told you she put the story about the unidentified black male in order to protect her son.
Eventually, later on in the interview, she said that.
And what's frustrating you and making you angry is you believe she's wasting your time in this investigation.
It is through my experience, people do not want to tell on people. That's what I deal with. We deal with family members all the time, Mr. Whalen, and I think through your experience, no one wants to tell on someone. I just thought there was more to the story than what she was giving. People do not walk into a home and just randomly shoot 5-year-old children.
Now, let's talk about what you know now. Because now you know that 18 months before this shooting, she was raped by a police officer.
That's terrible.
It is. Let me ask you. Have you reviewed the TBI investigation?
TBI investigations are closed, and I think the DA's office may have reviewed that. I'm not sure.
Did you ask to review it?
No, sir.
Didn't matter if you did.
No, it did matter. I did call, and we inquired about that. Yes, sir.
You called and inquired about it?
I had a supervisor call and inquire.
When did that supervisor call and inquire about it?
Maybe a month or so ago.
And that supervisor inquired about it but didn't share it with you, the
Yeah.
file?
Sir, those files are not open to us. The file would be open to the DA's office, and if they've got a copy of it, it was probably from the head DA here in Knox County, Sharm Allen.
Well, I'm going to ask you to look at a piece of video. Judge, could you put that on my table, please? That we saw yesterday.
raped by a police officer, so please.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you serious? Your daughter is dead?
I know that.
And you don't want to tell us who killed your child?
I don't know.
Lord have mercy. Do you have a heart? Do you have a soul?
I'm more worried about being charged for throwing that phone in the toilet.
You're fucking right. No, she will be charged. You're going to be charged with tampering. That's tampering with evidence. I'm serious to God. You're going to go to jail for that tonight. You can lawyer up, do what you want to. We want the truth from you. If you tell us the truth, then by George, I'll call the damn DA's office and tell them, hey, we'll slow a roll here. But if you're going to sit here and bullshit us on this, then we're not going to help you.
10 minutes and 30 seconds in, did that look to you like a man who cared about the fact that this woman had been raped by a police officer and had PTSD and was in distress? Did that look to you like you cared?
She was uncooperative pertaining to the death of her 5-year-old child. I just disagree with you, Mr. Whalen.
And whatever is in her going on in her mind is of no damn concern to you. That's what you're telling the jury?
What is of concern of me at that present time was the death of her 5-year-old child.
Do you think that was not uppermost in her mind on that at that moment?
I would hope so.
And do you think that to her protecting
Object to putting himself in the way.
Calls for speculation.
you believe her the mental health of her child would be uppermost in her mind, right? He just testified.
Then move along. He's already answered, but that's cause for speculation. Sustained.
And you tell her you don't care about tampering charges, right?
I want her to be truthful with me about what happened. At this point in time, we weren't aware that Gavin was the suspect in the crime.
You told her you don't care about tampering charges.
As well as I told her I didn't care about drugs as well.
You told her...
Yes, sir. I did tell her that.
And then you jump from your chair and say, you're going to jail tonight.
She's lying. She's lying, sir.
Well, does that sound like a man who doesn't care about tampering charges to you?
I'm trying to get her to cooperate with this investigation.
I believe someone in this interview used the term, once a fibber, always a fibber.
I believe later on, I saw it yesterday and you shaking your head. Yes, sir.
That was you, right?
I said that. Yes, sir.
So when you tell her, I don't care about tampering charges, and then burst out into your outrage about you're going to jail tonight for tampering, would she have any reason to believe that you're anything but a fibber?
I'm not sure what she believes. I can't speak for her.
You fibbed, right? I don't care. You're going to jail for it.
After about 10 or 12 lies, yes, she's committing crimes.
Yep, and she was interfering with your investigation because she wouldn't tell you that she picked up the casing, right? You kept saying, this doesn't make sense.
We couldn't find a casing.
You can't find a casing.
Sure.
That's because you're in a KPD interview room, not at the scene, right?
I'm trying to gather facts to figure out who killed her 5-year-old child.
The first officer on the scene, Officer Cummings, tells us that after they, I think, got Gavin taken care of, they went down the side of that house and they found that gun.
I was in the interview room, I believe, when they found the gun.
You saw that. You saw the testimony, right?
Yes, sir.
He said they went down the side of the house, found the gun.
Yes, sir. They found video and found her walk to the side of the house. Yes, sir.
Pretty early on in the investigation.
I did not know this at this particular time of the interview.
I understand that. You're accusing her of lying to you about where the bullets are and where the casings are.
So we're trying to figure it out.
You're trying to figure it out by accusing her of having moved them or taken them.
I believe she took it downhill when she's trying to destroy evidence at UT Hospital and get unknown people to take her cell phone. That's suspicious to me. I think you would agree that's suspicious.
Well, except that you kept telling her you don't care about dope charges.
I don't. To this day, I don't.
And yet we got Mr. Key's text message about, can I get some pills?
I don't care. I don't care about that.
That message came off of her phone that that you got, right?
Several days later, I was never aware of this message until that phone was examined, Mr. Whalen. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
So let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Had you waited and let this grieving mother deal with the fact that she was in the house when her daughter was shot, had you let her have a day or two to figure out what was going on, and you had the time to get a basic grasp of the investigation, would that have ended with a better interview?
I think we will agree to disagree. I thought the right course of action was to look into the death of this 5-year-old little girl, to get suspect information, and to wonder why in the heck someone is trying to destroy evidence. That was my thought process. That's where I'm going with this. I'm going to agree to disagree with you respectfully.
No matter how half-cocked your understanding of the investigation was at that moment.
Sir, we can agree to disagree.
Well, you didn't know. You told her that it's not possible, one, for Gavin to have fired that gun.
I still, to this day, I'm not sure. I don't know. We've heard numerous stories. I don't know what happened.
You know there are studies that show that the child can fire the gun.
I'm not a firearms examiner,
Right.
so, I know it's a certain pound of trigger pull. He's got small hands.
If the TBI agent comes in here and testifies later that that child could fire that gun, would you respectfully disagree with him too?
He's the professional, and I would agree with him.
You said he couldn't fire the shot because he would have had to been over her on that couch firing the shot.
Yeah.
What position do you believe she was lying in when that shot was fired?
Sir, and with all due respect, I never went to the hospital. I just went by. I know where she was shot. That the couch looked tall. We're doing an interview right here. Let's backtrack here. I don't know what angle, and that you'll have a medical examiner to tell you all that. I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm asking you,
Yes.
in your interview, you're telling her he had to climb up on top and shoot her like that?
I thought it was, I felt really weird about blaming this on a 2-year-old child.
There was a pillow behind her on that couch. She was lying on her side, and the bullet is in the pillow behind her on the couch, right?
Well, technically, she had been moved, so we couldn't fully reenact where she was on that couch, but the bullet was in a pillow. You are correct.
There was a whole line of pillows along the back of that couch.
Correct.
Now, not being a gun expert or a medical examiner, but an investigator of homicides, if the bullet is in the pillow lined up along the back of the couch and not in the cushion of the seat of the couch, which position do you believe she would have been in when that shot was fired? It doesn't call for speculation. He's an investigator, for God's sakes.
If you know, answer the question.
At the time that I was conducting this interview, no projectiles had been discovered in that pillow. So at this particular time, I do not know.
I'm asking you now.
And I'm explaining to you, I do not know at this particular time.
I'm asking you right now, with the knowledge you have right now,
To this day and time, yes, sir, I will agree with you.
that she was lying on her side and the bullet goes
Yes,
through her
sir.
and into the
There
back.
is a medical examiner report that will report that.
Now, do you think it's possible that Miss Howington knew what position her child's body was in?
I would think she would. Well, based upon the many different versions we received, I don't know.
And so you, in this half-cocked rush to an interview, put the child lying on her back on the couch and telling the woman who knows a fact that he would have been over her shooting like this, right? That's what we end up with.
Correct.
So, the woman who knows a fact is being told by the professional investigator, that's not true. Right?
Correct.
That's what you might call a fib.
Yes, sir. I don't think we need to argue that point.
You said fibbers are fibbers, just like the police officers. If I fib, I'm not allowed to testify.
Sir, I didn't have an accurate fact.
People might call that a fib.
I don't necessarily know at that particular time it was a fib, but we can move on. I will agree with you.
And the other fibs that she was telling you were that This man shot from the door all the way back to that couch in the second living room, right? That was the original story.
No. That's a mischaracterization. She says, you want to go from the 911 and what she told me initially? Is that what we're talking about? I took it to understand the guy walked into the middle room and shot the little girl at point blank range, and his eyes got big, and I guess he dropped the gun or ran out. I don't know, because we don't know that version, but I never once said the suspect shot from the front door, or she never told me the suspect shot from the front door.
And if you take for just a moment the possibility that a grieving mother tells a story to protect her 2.5-year-old, then you would agree with me, whatever she tells you after that story really doesn't matter, because she's telling the story to protect her child.
If you want, what?
I object to that question.
If the individual that you are interviewing knows the facts and believes they have a good reason for having told you a lie about what happened, the rest of the things they say don't really matter, because they know what happened. And that they have already decided they're going to tell you this story for what they believe to be a good reason. So if she tells you it was she didn't see a casing there, she didn't see a casing there. But if she had, it wouldn't have mattered, because she's already told you this story.
Is there a question?
Yes. So if she said,
Ask a question, don't give a speech.
why were you accusing her of having moved the casing?
Because we couldn't find a casing, sir. I mean, it could have been investigator wore law a wheel gun, but we couldn't find a casing. So I just wanted to know where it was. I don't know that, did I accuse her of that? I'm not sure.
Yeah, several times.
Okay.
This doesn't add up. There should be a casing there. You're not finding
Sure.
a casing.
I'm in the middle of an investigation interrogating a person who's lying to me.
What did you say yesterday about casings?
When I pulled it out of my magazine,
No. What did you say yesterday about casings? Those little
they can go
buggers-
anywhere.
Those
Absolutely.
little buggers can get all over the place.
Yes, sir. I agree with you 100%.
So knowing that, and knowing you haven't really investigated the scene yet, why are you accusing her of moving something that you know on its own may have gone anywhere?
At what point did I accuse her in this interview?
You tell her over and over
You
again.
can just let me know, so I want to be accurate. I don't want you to misrepresent my words.
You don't recall her saying this
Of
doesn't
course I
line
do,
up.
but I want to know what point in the investigation did I say this.
I'm asking you, did you say this isn't
Yes.
lining up? We should be finding
We
shell
should.
casing.
Yes, sir. So at some
Did
point,
you move
at
the
some
shell
point,
casing?
if I said that shell casing, we're looking for the shell casing, at some point in this interrogation, yes, I did say that. I did say the little things bounce around. I did say that.
Well, you didn't tell her they
I'll
bounce
agree
around.
with you, Mr. Whalen.
You
I'll agree
didn't-
with you 100%.
You didn't tell her they bounce around and move all over the place.
No, sir.
No, you told the jury that.
Sure.
And I'm asking you, why didn't you give her the benefit of that doubt in that interview, since you hadn't been investigating the scene yet?
We are investigating the death of a five-year-old little girl, and we're trying to get suspect information gathered, and I'm trying to figure out why in the world she's lying.
When you were watching that video, that porch video from next door, you kept talking about the car pulled into the driveway, right? The first car pulled into the driveway and sitting there.
Yes, sir.
And you tell her you'd have to see it because you pulled into the same driveway.
This was that on the 17th, September the 17th, the second interview?
Yeah.
Sure.
And you've been to that house, right?
You talking about to
Her house,
Yes, sir.
502 Wall.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Her house then, it's an empty lot now.
I think it's an empty lot. Yeah.
Right. You know there's not a driveway in that house.
No, it's a street parking lot. Sure.
So when you were saying this car pulled into the driveway so you had to see it,
Absolutely.
car-
She walked right by it.
It was a
she
car-
parked right behind it.
It wasn't a car in her driveway, it was a car parked on the street. Were there cars parked on the street that night? Other cars parked on the street that night?
You all have got the video. You can make your own assumption.
Well, how about you answer my question? Were there other vehicles parked on the street that night?
Sure. And she parked right behind the car, and then she motions for the young man, whoever's in that car, to come inside the home.
The point is,
Yes, sir.
you say they were pulled into a driveway so she couldn't have missed the car. It wasn't a driveway.
Okay.
Lots of cars parked on the street, right?
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
And during your interview with Ms. Howington, she told you about the incident days before this. She said initially in the interview on Thursday that Mr. Oliver came to the house and was outraged, banging on the door like he was the police. He was upset because her new boyfriend was at the house. They had a confrontation out front, right?
I do recall her mentioning the confrontation with Antoine, but I got a little bit more information after I interviewed Callie.
Right. You interviewed Callie and you interviewed Mr. Oliver.
Oh, absolutely.
And they both told you about that incident on Thursday.
I know Daniel Hensley, who's Callie, told me about that incident, and I don't recall if I'm not real sure about Antoine, but if it's on video, he said that. Sure.
He tells you he took the clip out. He thinks he took the gun away from her. He takes
I
the
do
clip
recall
out
that.
and
Yes,
he
sir.
throws it.
Yes, sir.
And he thinks Callie goes over and picks it up.
Yes, sir.
So you've got all that verified, right?
I think on the 16th of September. Yes, sir.
Right. So if that happens the way she described it, the way Antoine described it, and the way Callie described it, Callie is the one who takes the gun on Thursday that Antoine has taken apart, puts it back together, and goes in the house.
I don't know. I would have to assume.
That's what the interview said.
I'm not sure who took that gun back in the house.
She brought it out because he refused to leave.
Chuck, should be hearsay.
She told him, Judge, this story. They
Okay,
verified
you're
through
asking
two
what,
other people.
don't talk over me. You're asking what Callie said and what Antoine Oliver said. That is hearsay, sustained.
She told you he wouldn't leave. He was outraged and he wouldn't leave.
On the 12th?
On the 12th, yes.
Yeah, I think she said at some point he wouldn't leave. He about hit her with a car. Sure.
And when she comes out with the gun and he takes it away from her and brings it down.
They have a very volatile relationship.
And so, when you asked her in the interview on the 14th, where was that gun? What did she tell you?
In the closet, I think. Yeah.
On a shelf in a black bag on the closet.
I took it on the 14th that gun was in the top shelf of that closet, upward, very high, and that's why we took measurements.
You went in and took a picture of the black bag and there's a strap hanging down.
The black bag comes into play here at some point. I never saw the black bag being moved, but other people said the black bag was moved. I'm not sure.
So what she was telling you is where she kept her gun.
I think you'll see in the reenactment, she tells me that gun is in the top of that closet. I don't recall her ever telling me it was in that bag.
If I ask you, where do you keep your gun in the house?
Yes, sir. I've got a few guns in the house.
You can tell me where you keep your gun, right?
I can tell you where most of my guns are. Yes, I should know where my guns are.
You said most of them. You can't tell me where all of them are.
I'll tell you where every one of them are. Is that relevant to this?
Yes.
Okay.
You can tell me where you keep, let's just say you only have one gun.
Okay.
Okay, just for the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell me where you keep your gun.
Sure.
If your wife moved that gun the day before, that gun wouldn't be where you said you kept it.
I know my wife, she don't like guns, so she wouldn't move it.
Again, for purposes of the conversation, if she moved your gun, you would still, if you said you kept
So
it on-
hypothetically is what we're saying.
Right.
Sure.
You keep it on the top shelf of the closet.
Sure.
If she moves it to somewhere else because she's doing something on the top shelf of the closet,
I object to
and you tell me it's on the top shelf of the closet, you're not
Your Honor,
lying.
I object to this line of questioning.
Sustained.
I can't ask the investigator hypothetical.
No, sustained.
At any time, I'm not allowed to
I
ask him
didn't say that, Mr. Whalen. Don't argue with me. I sustained the objection to that
Could you
question.
give me the basis on that so I've got a record for, as to
You're
what I'm...
calling for speculation which is not relevant. Move along.
If somebody moved Miss Howington's gun from the place she kept it, and she tells you the place she kept it, she wouldn't be lying, would she? She didn't know it got moved.
She also said Callie threw it in the bush.
She did. She told you that. And you didn't say that gun was hidden in the bush, did you?
No, I would say the gun was thrown out.
It's pretty doggone clear where that gun is, right?
It's dark on the side of the house. She tried to hide that gun
And they found it.
while her daughter's inside being shot.
Well, not while her daughter's inside being shot. She's actually on the phone. at the
She's
same
already
time.
wounded. She's already wounded.
The same time she's on with the 911 call.
Her daughter is inside, left unattended, while she's suffering from a gunshot wound to her chest.
Right. And the 2-year-old's in there too.
I agree with you.
So how many other shots do you want that gun to, how many times do you want that gun to be fired? She don't get it out of the way.
She could take that gun and put it anywhere out of reach, and then tell us where the gun was when we come in.
And that would be a rational decision, wouldn't it?
There could have been a lot of rational decisions made in
And
this.
she was suffering at that time from post-traumatic stress disorder before the gun was fired.
I don't know the side effects of PTSD. I've worked police work for 20 years, sir. I've seen a lot of gruesome crime scenes. I may have PTSD, never been diagnosed. But I'm pretty confident one of the side effects of PTSD is not to be a liar.
Is if I tell you that one of the signs would be to have brain fog, confusion,
Lying?
memory loss.
Lying?
He's not a medical
He
professional.
raised it, Judge.
He is not a medical professional. I sustained the objection.
Good. Can we strike all his testimony then about whether or not lying is a
The jury will listen to those opinions which are qualified, and the court tells you you can accept as that of an expert. These are not those such opinions. Move along.
May we approach, Judge?
Yes.
You've talked about how this couch looked high to you. Right?
Yes, sir.
And you do recall saying in that interview, we're going to go out there and get your couch. And I just want you to know we're going to go get your couch.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been introduced as exhibit number 12. And that's if you recognize that.
Yes.
What is that?
That's the actual sofa she was lying on.
Okay. So this is the couch that you're talking about, that Destiny was lying on that night when she was shot.
Correct.
And you believe that couch looks high, tall, seat part of it.
Sure.
And in that video of the walkthrough, you and Wardlaw are standing beside it. It comes up out to your knee. Does that sound like a high couch to you?
Okay, I'll agree with you. It's an average couch. It's a normal couch.
So why was it necessary to talk about how high the couch was?
Sir, it's a normal couch.
Right. Talking about how high it was made the story sound less likely that Gavin could have shot her.
You know what? Again, how many versions did she give us?
I'm not asking you about how many versions she gave you. I'm asking you about the versions you gave.
I did not believe her son was capable of shooting his sister. How in the world can a 2-year-old child know where a gun is, go get a gun, drag a stool? This is all my thought process. So
I'm telling me that as a homicide investigator, you are not aware of the multiple times a year that small children get guns and shoot people with it.
It's happened, absolutely.
So
It's happened.
Why are you acting so shocked that a 2-year-old could get a gun and shoot someone? It's just not believable.
Sir, you've seen the interview. I'm not going to tell you to put you do this for a living, I do it for a living. You're a criminal defense attorney. I disagree with you. She was lying and being dishonest. I'm trying to understand and comprehend this mess.
And so you thought that you would get more truth from her if you lied and were dishonest?
Sir, I don't know that I lied to her. I disagree with you. That's misrepresentation of my words.
You told her the couch was too high for him to be able
Okay,
to do
I
that.
did say that.
And now, you did, and now you say
I'm just
it didn't happen. It's a normal couch.
For conversation, I'm going to agree with you because it's going to be an argument. It's a normal couch.
Don't agree with me because you
No,
don't want to have an argument.
it's a normal couch,
Is
sir.
this a normal couch?
It's
or
a
not?
normal couch.
And
Yes,
so
sir.
when you said it was
Yes,
too
sir.
high for this
I
to
agree
have
with
happened
you.
to Gavin, you were
I
lying.
agree, sir. I did not have any intent to lie to this young lady. I'm not trying to put anything in her head besides get the truth.
How do you have to put things in people's head to get them to tell the truth?
Sir, we're investigating the death of her 5-year-old little girl.
I know, and you know that no matter how many times you say that, it doesn't change anything, right?
Absolutely. It doesn't change things in your mind.
No, it doesn't. We're talking about what was said, why, and how.
Sure.
And we're talking about who was the fibber in this interview. And I'm telling you, you didn't come off too good on the fibber scale either, did you?
Sir, are you calling me a liar?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I disagree with you.
When you're talking to a individual, I know you hadn't had any training about how to deal with people with PTSD or stress. In that interview, you all asked her about what kind of gun it was, right?
Correct.
Was it one like we carry, or was it one of those with a round thing on it?
I think-
She goes, I don't know.
I think Investigator Warlaw said a wheel gun.
Right. And then said, you know, like in the movies, the ones they use for Russian roulette. Remember that?
If that's what he said, is that what he said or me?
You play the video?
If that's what I said, then I agree with you. Sir, if that's what I said, then
Oh, no,
I
I
agree.
don't want you just to agree with me for the sake of agreeing with me. Let's,
I'm confused about what the question actually is.
well, we'll get to it. We'll clear it up for you.
Refer him back to the interview.
He don't drive a black. He drives a white.
Let me ask you while we're here.
I don't know. He goes to the POW auction.
She has told you that she's nervous being in that room because she was raped by a police officer, right?
Yes, sir.
You and Wardlaw both heard that,
Yes, sir.
right? And so that's when you start out with yelling and screaming at her, and then a little while later you kind of work through the process, and we arrive at this moment on the video in the interview where you're talking about this 300 and what color it is. and who
Behind
drives it.
Walmart Clinton Highway, everybody's cars.
We're pretty certain it's white.
But you know it was Henry Church that was in there.
And he had a hat on. Do you
I
know?
don't know.
Because we've got witness.
What was he wearing?
He had on a black shirt and he had a black hat on.
Did he say anything to you? Did you ever see him when you first got home?
No.
You think he might have been? You think he really was following you in?
I think that he was just watching.
I think you're right. I think the video is going to tell us that he was probably.
Now, we're all friends again because she's agreed with you that it's probably Antoine, right?
And are you asking me how we got to the point this may be domestic related? Is that what you're asking
Yeah,
me?
we'll get to that. But at this point in the interview, you're no longer yelling and screaming at her because she's agreed with you guys that Antoine
Setting.
did.
At this point, I don't know what to believe.
Okay.
For you to come home. We knew this is domestic. And we figured the whole time that you're scared. We understand it. We just don't want you to lie to us. You know what's more than you're okay. You're okay.
You lost the baby. Come here. Come here, sweetie. Come on.
Now, given that she has told you she's uncomfortable because there are 2 male police officers in the room and she was raped by a male police officer 18 months before, did you think this was an appropriate act?
I can't speak for investigators.
I'm not asking you to speak for him. Is that an appropriate act?
That's a consoling act to me.
Consoling act.
We were concerned about the 5-year-old little girl. This is tragic any way you look at it, sir.
I'm talking about the young woman who was in your room.
She looks like she's pretty receptive of it. She didn't back away.
How many guns was she wearing? How many guns was she wearing?
There are 2 guns in that room, and we never threatened her with a gun.
No, but you're 2 male officers in the room, and she's just explained to you she was raped by a cop, and that makes her scared. So one of them decides hugging her might be a good idea, right?
If that's what he did.
And if that's what he did,
Yeah.
what the heck would you call that?
Sir, he hugged her. I will agree with you.
Now, and then at the end of this interview, you go through her purse, right?
And Wardlaw goes through the purse. I'm standing by. Yes, sir.
She's got a bunch of pill bottles in there.
People have pill bottles all the time.
Well, they're for her prescription, right?
Sir, if you're asking me, did I know she was diagnosed with
No,
PTSD?
no, I'm asking.
Yes, sir.
I'm asking you went through her purse, right?
Yes, sir.
She had lots of pill bottles.
Sure.
One of them, you ask her you ask what it's for, and she says, I have shingles.
Is that what Wardlaw asked her, or did I ask her
I
that?
think Wardlaw asked her
Okay.
while you're standing there.
Okay, if that's what he asked, sure.
And you said what?
Well,
You got shingles and you let him hug on you?
yeah, okay, I
He's got
did
a
say
young
that.
child.
Yes, he does have young children.
Who hugged on who?
He,
Why are you giving her a hard time about having shingles when Wardlaw takes a rape victim and decides to hug her in an emotional moment in an interview?
Investigator Wardlaw hugged her, so we will agree with that.
And you jumped on her for allowing him to do that when she had shingles.
I think it
Building
was.
rapport again?
Did I jump on her? Can we watch it? Am I laughing? I don't understand what you're.
Sure.
What, I don't think I jumped
I don't
on her.
understand either, officer. That's the one point we
I
do
think we're getting
agree
some
on.
mischaracterizations here. I think I laughed about it and said, why would you let him hug or her hug on each other? However I described it.
That's what happened.
So your little boy can't speak very well right now.
Yeah, he did.
So he talks pretty well.
Yes.
So he understands everything.
Shingles contagious.
Now you're supposed to give it till you're 6 years old. I believe that's what that is.
No service is. What's wrong with human service?
Yeah, and that's what it is. I went to my people.
Okay. Try it though.
And I'm the person. The music hall, there's the
You what?
the music hall.
I don't see that in here.
It's in there. I just want to take it off.
he can't speak very well right
Oh,
now.
yeah, he can.
So he talks pretty well.
Yes.
So he understands everything.
Yes.
Shingles contagious.
Yep.
Shingles.
Damn. Hey, and he's got a small child.
Back home, so we really like to talk to him.
This child's dead. I don't think he knows.
So what's this one? Clover, what's that?
I have shingles from stress.
Well, that is no good. You got all kinds of
Contagious, are you?
You just now, you let me hug on you and tell me you got shingles.
Damn. Hey, and he's got a small child.
This is love.
I'm out.
What's this? Fluoxetine or whatever.
So that was just a joke to you?
I think I was laughing, to be honest with you.
I think you were laughing too.
Sure.
I think you weren't taking her feelings into consideration, were you?
I was. Sir,
I'm sorry, that's an inappropriate question because you're not rolling your eyes and I don't want the jury to be wrong.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need to take the matter up. Your absence, step out, please. All rise. I will see the attorneys in my office. Everyone may have a seat. Waive the call for the state. For the defense.
Waive the call.
All right, Mr. Whalen, you're recognized for further cross-examination.
Thank you, Rubel. I don't know if you and I have had this conversation before, but there is a KPD general order about officer-involved shootings. If that officer has time before he talks to an interviewer, can review video and reports.
I think you're talking about the foresights or what they believe in foresights, that you need 48 to 72 hours to completely recollect what happened.
Okay. So trained professionals need 48 to 72 hours to completely recollect what they recall, what took place, right?
Yes.
And when you become a police officer, you get some psychological testing, right?
Sure.
So if you had really bad PTSD, you probably wouldn't get to be a police officer.
I don't know what the process is. We have a lot of military personnel working at the police department. I'm sure they suffer from some sort of that.
So when they send you to the academy, they give you training on how to be a police officer, right?
Yes, sir.
And how you put important things into reports.
Yes, sir.
You don't leave important things out of reports.
Yes, sir.
And they teach you about the importance of getting all the information right.
Yes, sir.
Because police work is a whole lot about filling out reports early on, right? Especially.
It's a lot of paperwork. Yes, sir.
And you got to get that right.
Yes, sir.
And yet, if a police officer were involved in a shooting, they might get 48 to 72 hours.
You know, that policies went back and forth. TBI investigates it, and I don't know what TBI's policy is. TBI investigates all that now.
I'm asking about a general order in the KPD.
Do you have that general order that I can read it?
You're aware of the fact that the policy...
I'm not sure that there's a general order. If you can provide that to me, I will agree with you. Do you know where that is in the KPD Standard of Operating Procedure?
602, I think.
I need to read 602. I'm not familiar with 602.
I don't think that this is very relevant.
When I asked you...
Hold on, let me, what's the objection? Well, I mean, do you know or not?
I don't know what 602 is. But here's what I do know, if you want.
Let him ask the question.
Foresights, and I got this when I went to Foresights. They suggest when an officer-involved shooting takes place, 48 to 72 hours. Do they always go by that? I don't know that. I don't know if that's always been a policy.
You remember the Austin East shooting not too long ago, right?
Yes, sir.
Young man shot.
Yes, sir. TBI ran that investigation.
And those officers were allowed to review all their body cams and reports before they talked to them.
I was not a part of that investigation, so I don't want to speak to that.
Would that surprise you if I said that's what it was? That they got to review their body cams and their
TBI was in charge of that investigation, and I was not a part of that.
So, she didn't have 48 or 72 hours, did she?
No, sir. And that's on me. That's on me.
She didn't have 45 minutes.
It's on me, sir.
She didn't have 45 minutes.
Have you ever heard the first 48 were the most crucial part of a homicide investigation? I mean, you can laugh at that. That's the truth.
She didn't get 45 minutes from the time a doctor told her your daughter's dead.
It's
So
sad.
she was sitting in your interview room on the 3rd floor of KPD, right?
This is sad.
How do you get to the 3rd floor of that old KPD building? How do you get there?
She's taken to police headquarters. What I requested, because we have some serious questions.
Now, let's answer the other question. How do you get to the 3rd floor of the KPD?
I've explained to them. I requested her to come to the 3rd floor. She's taken in the back of a police car, sir.
Well, they didn't take her in the back of a police car to the 3rd floor, did they? Ain't no drive up to that interview room.
Well,
she had to get into a locked
figure
door.
of speech.
I
Okay.
asked you a specific question.
Specific question.
This is like that training that you had about how it's important to get the information in.
She was driven from UT Hospital in a patrol car. They take her to the back of police headquarters. They open the car door. They walk her to the elevator. They walk her up to the 3rd floor, and she's placed into an interview. Is that what you wanted me to answer, sir?
And she doesn't get out of there without your permission, right?
She's in the middle of this homicide investigation, sure.
She doesn't get out of there without your permission.
And she's been read her Miranda, so.
She was ready, right?
Yes, sir.
And that included the right not to talk if she didn't want to.
Absolutely. If she would have said, I need a lawyer, we're done.
When she was asked about the phone, and she said, I'm scared, I don't want to talk anymore.
Yes, sir.
Remember that?
That's not, to me, that's not asking for her lawyer.
That's not the magic word. She just said, you said, if you decide to speak with us, you may stop at any time.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yeah.
That's what the
And
right
request a
says.
lawyer. Yes, sir. It says request a lawyer.
It also says you may stop at any time. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. She said, I won't stop. I don't
She said
talk.
she wanted to stop.
Did you stop?
No.
So there's a tip for you. You can stop at any time unless you want to, and then I'm going to say no and keep questioning you.
We are going to continue to question her until she requests a lawyer. Then we are done. At that point, she has not requested a lawyer. Sir, I know what the Miranda right is. We can read it to him.
Did I ask you a question?
No, sir. Is it further on back? It may be further on back.
What's the consent to it? Rights waiver, I'm not sure really got that. It's not.
I don't know if there's one more to do.
No, there was consent for the phone, consent to search the house. But you read her that, right?
Yes,
And
sir.
And it does say you if you decide to speak with us, you may stop at any time.
I agree with exactly what you said.
Now, at one point, and it's the results of such are not admissible, you offered to let her, you said, well, why don't you take a lie detector test? Right?
Did I say that a word long? Okay, sure.
And what do you remember what her response was?
Sure.
What'd she say?
I'm trying to get a reaction out of her. She said, sure.
She said, yes, I'll do it.
Sure.
After that, when you kept questioning her, she said, why don't you give me the lie detector test? She asked you about 3 or 4 times, didn't she? And in the end, you say, nah, we're not going to do that.
We're not. That's on me.
So that's, would you like to call that a fib or a lie?
I think it's if I want to administer that. I asked her a question, and then I said, no, we're not going to do that. Did I?
What do you consider a lie detector test? And what you're doing, I understand, this is a technique. This is how you get people to say things you want them to say, right?
You're a well-versed lawyer. Yes, sir.
So the lie detector is a tool, right?
It's an investigative tool. It's not admissible in court.
And right, but it's a great tool to say, well, if you didn't do it, take a lie detector.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of screws up the plan when they say, okay. And you say, well, this doesn't seem right either. Well, why don't you give me the lie detector test?
I agree with you.
And this doesn't make sense either.
I agree with
She
you.
said, why don't you give me a lie detector test?
I agree with you, sir.
And then you just say, nah, we're not going to do that.
I agree with everything you just said.
Those were lies. You can call them investigative techniques. You weren't going to give her a lie detector test, were you?
If you're calling me a liar, I disagree with you.
Were you going to give her a lie detector test?
We did not have a polygrapher there at nighttime, so
You
no,
would have given her one the next day, couldn't you?
I'm not going to do that.
Then why offer it? Why bait her? with
You
that?
told the jurors it's an interview technique.
And it's also a lie if you have no intention of doing it.
I disagree with your characterization of
I
that.
understand you do. In her interviews, you have said that she changed her story many times.
I believe so.
In the interviews, from beginning to end, who was the first person that brought up Antoine Oliver as a possible suspect?
Brandon Wardlaw.
Not her.
No.
And y'all talked about that, her history with her, and so, you know, come on, man, it looks like it could have been him. And then Wardlaw says something about, you know, I'm just going to shoot straight with you. I think he did. And you said, I think so too. He hit the nail on the head, didn't he?
Hammer and nail.
Hammer and nail.
Yes, sir.
She hit the nail on the head. It's Antoine. Right?
That was the figure of speech I used.
And then she, after a while, what did she say to you? And then you asked, is it possible? Do you think Antoine could have done this to his daughter? And you remember what she said?
No.
She said no.
Mm-hmm.
No, I can guarantee you he didn't do it. Right? I promise you.
Sure.
He didn't do it.
At that time, she was still on an unknown blackmail.
Oh, well, y'all had just thrown Antoine under the bus and said it's Antoine. We think it's Antoine. You said, yeah, I knew all along this was domestic. That makes sense, and you're scared of him, so you wouldn't tell us that. You changed the story to Antoine. She then, after about 10 or 15 minutes of Antoine did it, she says, you're right. You're right. You're right. I can't do this anymore. That's what she said. What?
Do you want me to explain to the jurors how we got to Antoine and why we thought Antoine could possibly be involved? There's 8 reports listed in the database involving her and Antoine. Very volatile relationship. She very well could be a battered woman. I don't know. But the reports are ugly. But not only in some of the reports she's a victim, but in some she's listed as a suspect. So that's where we are. We are trying to come to some reasoning why someone would come into the home and kill this 5-year-old little girl. We didn't believe it was an unknown blackmail. There has to be motive, Mr. Whalen. That's where we were going. Could a domestic be a motive? Yes, absolutely. We're not going to force her to lie about that.
Let me ask you this. You said that in the interview too. There has to be a motive.
Yes, sir.
If I'm driving my car home tonight and somebody turns quick in front of me and hits me, is there a motive for them hitting me?
No, it's an accident.
It's an accident.
Mm-hmm.
So you do recognize that accidents can happen.
I would agree with you, sir.
And so there doesn't have to be a motive for an accident, does there?
There has to be a motive with the information we were just given that a blackmail, an unknown blackmail, walked into the house and shot a 5-year-old child. That's where we are in this investigation. We're not to Gavin yet. We're still trying to develop a suspect.
And once she had told you about the September 12th incident with Antoine.
Yes, sir.
And given the history you had already researched before this interview, you had to know that sounded about right.
There was no report made on September the 12th, to my knowledge.
The actions sounded about right.
Oh, hey, Antoine, he's not a good person.
And then you went and confirmed that. You corroborated that, speaking with Antoine and with Callie.
Sure.
And so at some point when she talks about how in saying that Antoine was the one that did it and Antoine was in the room, and she's talking about how he shows up and he's acting an ass and he's screaming and angry because Callie's around. She's telling you the same story she told you about Thursday, right? She's just melding it in.
I don't know what she's telling me.
Well, you know the words she's telling you. She told you those same words about Thursday. Then she actually told you it was on Friday.
She told Wardlaw that because Wardlaw was getting into that a little bit more. Yes, and I'm listening.
You're sitting in the room.
Sure.
You weren't sleeping.
No, sir.
And then she tells you about that it was one time. She says that incident actually happened on Friday.
I think so.
And then during the interview, she said, "What day is this?" Remember?
Yep.
You had to tell her it's Saturday.
Saturday the 14th, and actually the incident occurred on the 12th.
Right.
September the 12th.
You think she was lying when she told you it was Friday the 13th?
Well, no.
She was just confused.
Sure, absolutely. People get confused all the time.
Especially if they got PTSD and they got a shooting in their house and their daughter dies. That's
How do you get confused about your daughter dying?
Oh,
I don't know that.
You kept saying, "Your daughter's dead." And she said, "I know." She wasn't confused at all about that, was she?
Sir, we will agree to disagree. I would never, speaking for myself, would never be confused about the death of my child.
I hope you never find out.
I hope I don't.
But right now, you can't tell us from your personal
Oh, I
experience.
can tell you I would be honest about it.
You can tell me you think you would be if you could remember, if you had the facts straight, if it was within 48 or 72 hours. And
Yes,
you
sir.
got to meld them together and figure out what happened. Right?
Yeah.
Let's talk for just a minute about that second interview on September 17th. Were you the one that set that up?
I believe the totality of that was she was taken into custody after she got back from the funeral home.
Did you or Lord Law call her and ask her where she was and found out she was?
I don't know the details, but we let her do what she needed to do about the funeral arrangements, and then we wanted to bring her back in. She had a warrant on file, and we wanted to continue this interview. Yes, sir.
So the second interview is now the woman who has PTSD, had a gun fired in her home, a 5-year-old child was shot. She was taken away from the home and not allowed to go there with the ambulance to the hospital. She goes to the hospital. She's told her daughter's dead. She's then 45 minutes later taken for an interview. 3 days later, once you find out she's getting the funeral arrangements made, someone followed her from the funeral home to the Kroger, to the gas station, to her house, and then you showed up with cops there to arrest her.
Was that 72 hours later? Because maybe her memory's a little bit better. I'm not sure.
It might have a chance, but you already did the
I'm just saying, you said 70, that she needs a little bit of time.
I did say that. And I said, you followed her to her house and had a bunch of cops there. There's
Cruiser video. We treated her with the utmost respect. I don't even think we handcuffed her when we put her in the back of the car.
Right after she got through making her funeral
Yes, sir.
arrangements, you treated her
It's
with
tragic.
utmost respect.
It's so tragic.
I got a moment. Yeah. Judge, I have no further questions on this witness. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes, sir. All right, Investigator Riddle, Mr. Whalen was asking you about your initial interaction with the defendant in this case. And he was asking about her demeanor. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I think he was asking you some questions about what was it about her demeanor that made you think she was being deceptive. Do you recall him asking you that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you, we're going to start here. When you start that first interview with her, the first interview that we watched on video. I'm not talking about the one at the scene, but the first one where she comes in and she sits and talks. At that point in time, setting her demeanor aside, okay? So put that completely aside. Was there anything else in your mind that had happened that caused you concern?
I already knew what happened at the hospital.
Okay. And so when you sat down and you talked to the defendant initially at the police station, you already knew about what had happened at the hospital. Is that correct?
Are you talking about where I come in? I came in, I explained the process because
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about once you talked to her the first time, the
Yes.
recorded interview that you
Yes.
did, where you sat her down and she's talking to you in the interview room. Is there any, setting her demeanor aside, was there anything else that caused you concern about anything else that had happened?
the destroying of the phone.
Yes. And so that was one thing that had caused you concern. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you also recall that there was some concern you had about what she had said initially to you?
Yeah, there was some concern about suspect.
And so specifically, whenever you talked to her at the initial scene, and she was talking about a black person that did it, and then she was talking about seeing that person from inside the house, I believe she also described the type of vehicle that person was driving. Tell the jury about what you were thinking when she was telling you that.
Well, when she told me that again, I go back into the simple fact that she's in that middle room in the long distance. How were you able to observe that vehicle that's at that distance and know it's a Chrysler 300? That's a specific car, a black car in the middle of the night. I just thought that was a little weird initially right off the bat.
Okay, so even setting aside how she was acting, the fact that she had described this black Charger from a vantage point where you didn't think she could have been able to see it, and the fact that she had attempted to destroy her phone, she had put it in water and tried to give it to somebody else. Those were two other things that gave you pause. Is that correct?
And this is all before the actual video.
Okay. The defense attorney was asking you about the text messages in this case, and so I just want to kind of give a timeline of where that information came to you, okay? So can you walk the jury kind of through the evolution of when you became aware of the text messages and when you became aware of the casings and things of that nature?
Well, the text messages were actually several days later. To go back into the phone was turned off. We couldn't get it turned on. It had water on it, and I think it had been bent or broke to a certain extent. So what we did is we had a phone forensic examiner to rebuild that phone so we could do an extraction, a data extraction, and get those text messages. So any text messages taken from that phone would have been days after this event. Now, what was your other question?
The casings, as far as what was going on with the casings.
The casing, I was curious about the casing because I know from my experience, and these things do bounce around, just like Mr. Whalen said, they do bounce around. We couldn't find it initially. I didn't want to disturb anything, but from where that shooting was, they generally spit out to the right. Not all guns, but most guns I've been around. And I just didn't see it lying around on the floor.
Okay, and so you asked Ms. Howington about the casings several times, is that correct?
Sure.
Okay, now let me ask you this. You asked Ms. Howington about the casings, and she never wavered or changed her story at all about what happened with the casings,
No.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Now, setting that aside, did she waver or change her stories about other things that happened at the scene?
Numerous.
The fact that she was lying about other things and changing her story about other things, was that part of the reason why you were asking her about the casings?
Yes.
As far as the video with the porch, or the video that you can see of the porch,
Yes, ma'am.
in that video, you can see the individual come and park the car. Is that correct?
You talking about the first individual?
Yes.
Yeah. You can clearly see the lights to that car turn off an adjacent street into that roadway driveway is what we would say it is.
Okay. And did that car park directly in front of her house?
It appeared to me it did.
Okay. And it's parallel parked right in front of that house. Is that
Yes.
correct? And those lights stayed on.
They did.
Okay. And so whenever you told Ms. Howington that she had to have seen that car, did you take into the account that it was parked right in front of her house and that the lights were on?
Yes.
Was there anything else you took into account?
Well, it looked like she beckoned someone to come in from the car at one point in the video.
All right, I want to talk about this incident that happened on September 12th, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So Ms. Howington talked to you briefly about something that happened on September 12th, is that correct?
She did.
Okay, and her version of what happened on September 12th, that changed throughout the interview, correct?
I don't recall a lot of the facts. I think her facts were very limited on what happened on the 12th, and I gained other facts when I interviewed Daniel Hensley.
Okay, so she started out the story about September 12th, and she said that Callie brought a gun out, and then later she tells you she's the one that pulled the gun on September 12th. Is
Yes.
that correct? So
Yes.
that's a change about how
Yes.
the gun got there and who did what.
Yes,
And so her story to you regarding September 12th was she pulled a gun on someone. Is that correct?
she did.
Okay. As far as when you spoke to Callie, did he corroborate that she pulled a gun on Antoine on September 12th?
He did.
Okay. Did Anton also corroborate that she pulled a gun on him on September 12th?
Yes.
Okay. And so as far as her story about how the gun ended up in the closet that day, the first thing that she told you was that Callie put it in the closet, correct?
I believe so.
Did she tell you that other people put the gun in the closet as well?
I just recall Callie.
Okay, so she says Callie put the gun in the closet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you remember what her stories were regarding putting the gun in the bush?
She claimed that Callie put the gun in the bush initially.
That was her first story.
Yeah.
Her second story was that it was Anton.
Yes.
And then her third and final story was that she put the gun in the bush.
She
Is that
wanted to
correct?
get the gun out of the house.
And so as far as who is handling the gun and doing things with the gun, is it fair to say that first she blames other people and then she says that it was her?
She did blame other people.
And then later on she admits that it's her.
She has no accountability.
Okay, you were talking about the black bag.
Yes.
So in her initial statements to you, whenever she gets to the story where it's Gavin now, do you recall that? That was after she had said it was a random black guy, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then she mentioned
Yes.
that there may be something going on with the Mexicans, I think is her words, that were at the park.
The 3
Do you recall
Hispanic
that?
males at the park may have been involved or followed her or something.
She said there were suspicious Mexicans at the
yes.
park. Those are her words. And then she also said that somebody might have followed her home. Is that correct?
Correct, a black vehicle.
Then her next story is that it is her ex-boyfriend Anton. Is that correct? That he-
Yes, well, the unknown black male, and then we get to
Then you get to Anton. And Anton comes in and he murders his daughter is her next story. Is that
I
correct?
believe her story was he brought a gun in and shot his daughter.
So when we get to the next story where she's saying it's Gavin, do you recall that?
After we were going to put warrants on Antoine.
Whenever she gets to the story where she's saying it's Gavin, she gives you a litany of facts that happen with that story. Is that correct?
Correct.
And she tells you specifically that he goes and he gets a bar stool. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that he takes that stool and takes it right past her to the closet.
While they're struggling.
Is that correct? While they're
correct.
struggling, and that he climbs up on the top of the bar stool and gets the gun out at the top of the closet. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, while you all are at the police station, she makes no mention whatsoever of a black bag.
The first time I remember a black bag is at the scene, and I believe there was one. I didn't see it, but there might have been one moved.
Okay. So the first time she mentions the black bag, do you recall whenever you all were doing the walkthrough, and Phyllis Tonkin's there, DCS is there, and it's on video that we played for the jury?
Yes.
Do you remember Phyllis Tonkin walks out and says something to the effect of, now she's mentioning a black bag?
Was I in the other room talking to Wardlaw? I don't really remember it, but it's recorded.
Okay, and so on that recording, you hear Phyllis Tonkin say, now she's talking about a black bag,
Yes.
right? Okay, and you keep saying there's something that happened with the black bag, is that correct?
Me? I don't recall.
So let me ask you this. As far as how that black bag got in the top of the closet, is that something that Investigator Wardlaw talked to you about later?
He did.
Okay, and I'm not going to ask you about hearsay. I'm going to ask him those questions. But he relayed information to you about how that black bag got in the top of that closet. Is that correct?
I have no knowledge of the black bag, how it got into the closet.
Okay. Investigator Riddle, do you think it's important to get information from people quickly after an event happens?
Heck yeah, I do.
When there's an officer-involved shooting, is that different sometimes than what we're talking about here?
Yes. These could be self-defenses.
Okay. In this particular case, the first story that you were given was that there was an unknown person out in the community that had just shot a child. Did that cause you concern?
It would cause any, as a citizen of Knoxville, which I am, it would cause alarm. And then as a police officer, it would cause even more alarm.
Okay. And when she changed her story that it's Anton that did this, is that something that also caused you to be concerned?
Yes, absolutely.
Was it important for you to figure out immediately what was going on at that house with Destiny?
Sure, absolutely.
Explain to the jury why that was significant and why that was important.
Again, we are trying to determine the cause, the motive. Was this a domestic? And we went there just based on the database. We do not want anyone that would harm a five-year-old little girl on the streets. That was what was important to me, what should be important as any human that's walking or citizen of Knoxville.
You talked about that you guys had looked into some information about there being domestics that were happening.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And just to make sure that I understand, you were saying that there were reports where Anton had abused the defendant. Is that correct?
I believe I pulled 7 to 8 reports.
Okay. Were there also reports, I believe you said, where she was the suspect in things involving Anton as well?
There was a report where Antoine's listed as the victim and she's listed as a suspect. Now, that doesn't mean you're guilty. That's just an actual report.
And so was that something that you took into account when you were talking to the defendant there that day?
I guess my thought process, what I took into account more than anything was Antoine.
Investigator Wardlaw, sometimes do you have to speak to victims right after something tragic has happened either to them or to their family members?
Just to clear the record, I was going to clear it for you.
Did I call you Wardlaw?
You called me Wardlaw.
I'm sorry.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Investigator Riddle.
Yes.
Sometimes do you have to speak to victims and family members of victims right after something tragic happens?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Is that something that happens frequently or infrequently?
We talk to family members pretty quickly after events a lot of times.
Is it important sometimes to get people's initial stories when they become a suspect in a case?
Yes.
Why is that?
I mean, we've got to get the facts out there. Not out there, but I've got to get the facts so we can get headed in the right direction from an investigative standpoint. Actual facts, true facts, no fabricated facts.
And so were you frustrated during this interview that you weren't getting actual facts from the defendant in this case?
Our calls for speculation, he didn't know any facts.
Did it become clear that she was giving you one story?
Let me rule first, gentlemen, before you dive back into your next question. You can ask if he's frustrated. That's a fair question because he's talking about his own emotions, but move along.
Were you frustrated with the stories that she was telling you?
I was frustrated twofold. As a police officer investigating the homicide of a 5-year-old, and I was frustrated from a parent's perspective.
The stories that the defendant was telling you in these cases, they can't all be true. Is that correct?
There was a lot that wasn't true.
And so it was clear to you that she was lying.
Yes.
Investigator Riddle, did you want the truth about what had happened to Destiny?
I would hope for the peace of Knoxville that we would have got the truth on September the 14th, 2019, at 23:14 hours, 11:14 hours at the Knoxville Police Department, besides numerous tales. It would have been so much easier up front to say this was an accident, and then from my standpoint and the DA's standpoint, we will gather that information. Some people wouldn't, if it's an accident, they wouldn't be charged. I'm not saying we have the charging decision, they do. But if we had that up front, knowing that knowledge, and now we're looking at deceit and lies, you just think there's more to the story.
So was it important for you to get the truth from Ms. Howington?
Absolutely.
That's all.
She didn't know what a casing was, did she?
No.
You had to explain to her.
Yes, sir.
But she'd already been asked about a casing.
Yes, sir.
And you said you had an expert phone extraction person.
Forensic phone
later.
examiner, yes.
Days later do that.
Yes, the phone had to be rebuilt.
Was that within 72 hours?
I don't recall. There's an extraction that'll give you the exact date.
Let's clear up this thing about the Mexicans. What she told you was there were 3 young men at the park who were making inappropriate statements about her
And there may be
breasts.
something to that.
And that, yeah, and that she went over and found the parents and talked to them and said, "You need to teach your boys better. They're talking like that in front of my children."
And she said there might be something to that. I'm not saying that that's her words. That's what she said in the interview.
And you say you got to get the info quick.
Yes, in my opinion.
Right. Or within 48 or 72 hours.
I think it's imperative that we get as much factual information immediately as quick as we can.
And Ms. McDermott, just ask you, officer-involved shootings, those are different.
Yes, sir.
It's a person, right?
Pardon?
It's a person. A police officer is a person.
You're dealing with different circumstances here, Mr. Wayland.
It's a person.
You're dealing with certain circumstances.
It's a person.
It's a person,
Firing a weapon.
and it's considered a homicide.
Right.
Yep.
So the difference between a citizen who might have been involved in homicide and a police officer who might have been in homicide is what?
I don't know. That's a fair question.
So when she asked you and you said yes, it's different.
Yeah.
You were just answering so you wouldn't have to argue.
Can you rephrase that? I'm not.
She asked you the question. Was a police officer involved shooting is different, isn't it? You said yes, and I say how, and you say I don't know.
The policy is, or has been, off and on, that you give someone 48 to 72 hours to recollect their thoughts.
That's the difference. Cops get time, citizens don't, to figure it out, to coalesce what's happening in their heads. Right?
I will disagree with you, sir.
You won't?
I just disagree with you.
Okay. Well, that's all I'm trying to get to. You say it's a shooting, it could be a homicide, and the policy is officers get 48 to 72 hours, citizens get nothing.
If that's policy, I would ask you to show me that in 6 points.
You just said it, that has been the policy.
It's off and on.
Okay.
Okay.
So off and on, police officers get 48 or 72
Okay.
hours to get their thoughts together and recall things,
Okay.
and citizens get whatever time you give them.
Yes, sir.
In this case, 45 minutes from being told their daughters.
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
All right, you may step down, Detective Riddle, approach the bench. Ladies and gentlemen, while this witness is coming in, you may have noticed that General Ammons looks very different today. Mr. Ammons has had a family situation and could not be here today, and General Heather Good with the District Attorney's Office has graciously agreed to stand in for him. If you would come forward, please, sir. Raise your right hand and be sworn. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat, please. Adjust the microphone so that you can speak directly into it.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is John Burks.
I think that's too many. Thank you. And you said John Burks?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you spell your first and last name for our court reporter?
Yes, John, John, Burks, B-U-R-K-S.
And where are you currently employed?
Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission.
What do you do with Florida Fish and Wildlife?
I'm a law enforcement lieutenant.
How long have you been in that position?
Since I returned, I've been there about 4.5 years. Total length of time with Fish and Wildlife, about 10 years.
Okay. Was there a time when you were employed by the Knoxville Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
That was early 2018 through October of 2019.
And what was your role with the Knoxville Police Department from 2018 to 2019?
I was a evidence technician.
Can you explain to the jury if you have training to do your job as an evidence technician?
Yes, so primary role for an evidence technician is identification and collection of evidence on a crime scene and preservation of that evidence for trial.
Okay.
I attended the National Forensics Academy through one of the UT sub schools out at Oak Ridge, Tennessee. It's a 10-week program. It's considered one of the more prestigious forensic technician schools in the country. I was able to complete that course.
If it would make any difference, we will stipulate his qualifications as a crime scene technician.
We'll just be
Everybody
brief.
agrees he's a crime scene technician.
I do want you to tell them a little bit about, we're not going to go into your whole CV, but if you'll just tell them about your education and then finish with what you were saying about the training academy.
I did get my bachelor's degree in genetics. It's molecular biology, and I did go for 10 weeks to the Oak Ridge Training Center for the National Forensic Academy, teaching just, like I said, crime scene, evidence preservation, evidence collection, and processing.
Okay. On September 14th of 2019, were you employed by the Knoxville Police Department as an evidence technician?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury briefly what an evidence technician does?
So primarily we're trying to capture evidence. All we're trying to do is capture the evidence as it was found on scene and preserve it throughout any proceedings. When I go on scene, usually that results in photograph evidence. We're trying to take a snapshot of the scene as we found it, so that like a juror or that anybody in the future could see it as we saw it that day.
Okay. So how do you get assigned to a specific case?
We work in shifts. For instance, on this day, I was working a shift, and it just happened to be the person on call for that shift. And so the call comes out to the officers. Mm-hmm. The officers respond, and once they respond, they make a determination. With this call, because I was listening, I heard it was a shooting, I dispatched myself and went to the scene just to see if there was a victim. There turned out to be a victim, and I was officially dispatched to the call.
Okay, and so when you say determine if there's a victim, you don't mean a victim there present at the scene. You mean a victim as far as somebody that's been shot or hurt or injured in some way. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so when you went to, did you go to 502 Balsam Drive?
I did.
When you arrived there, what was the state of what was going on at that particular location?
When I arrived on scene, the victim had already been transported, so the ambulance was actually leaving as I arrived on scene. There were multiple patrol cars, and their fire rescue was on scene as well. I parked my vehicle, immediately started taking photos.
Okay, and so walk the jury kind of through, in this particular case, what you did as far as photographing.
So anytime as an evidence technician we take photographs, we're going to photograph from the outside in. The last thing we want to do is start photographing in the middle and miss something. So we take as far out as we can. So the first thing I would do is take a photo of the location. Usually that's a street sign, mailbox, the letters on the front of the house. We're just trying to paint a picture for you as we walk through the scene. So what I did was I started out wide, and then I would focus my photographs into the crime scene.
Is that what you do in every case?
Every case, yes.
Okay. And then the purpose of doing it that, starting wide and then focusing, what is the purpose of doing that?
To make sure we collect as much evidence as we can. In this instance, it's to find the location exactly, and then make sure that we don't leave anything out. We want to collapse in on the incident location, and as we collapse in on that, we want to capture everything we can, because once that day is gone, you can't see it ever again. So we try to collect as much information as we can.
through those, and do you recognize those? I'm gonna probably do those collectively, Your Honor. I've got a couple different groups of photos that I'm gonna do.
Yeah. These are photographs that I took that evening.
Okay, and so if we could mark these as exhibit,
24, Lisa.
what number are we on?
24, Lisa.
Yes, sir.
24.
So 24, it's gonna be 1, 2, 3, First 42 pictures, if we can make these collectively the next exhibit.
All right, let those be marked and filed collectively as Exhibit 24, consisting of 42 photographs.
All right, so let me hand you exhibit 24.
Yes, ma'am.
And ask, is the picture that you have on top the same picture that's being displayed over here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we're gonna go through these in order. And they're also gonna be on the screen so that you can talk them through, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so what I'd like you to do is kind of describe what we have here, and then when you're ready to go to the next picture, tell me to go to the next picture, and we'll go to the next one, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
So this is a photograph that I took to establish the location.
We can get the lights. A little bit more.
Got all the lights and numbers.
This is a photograph showing a street sign, and you can actually see the residents in the background. This is just where the incident occurred to establish the location. This is the mailbox in front of the home. Again, I was just trying to establish location. You can see the name on the mailbox. Next. This is the front of the residence where the incident occurred. And I'm establishing my way into the residence.
And do you have a time frame for when it was that you started taking pictures in this case?
I started taking pictures around 8:10 p.m.
What's this picture?
When you first enter that front door that we saw, this is the den on the left-hand side. You see a side door entrance that is there, and then you see a set of leather couches. And then if you, as we pan to the right, you'll see an entrance into the next room.
So where is the front door in this photograph?
I'm standing just inside the front door. It would be to the left-hand side.
Okay, so if you walk in, you're looking at what you see when you walk in this home?
When you're walking in and you take a look to the left, this is what you would see.
Okay, so walk in, look to the left.
This is what you would see after, as you start to look to the right. So this is closer to what you would see as you walk in. I always take photos left to right when I enter a room or a location to try to capture 360. So this is the second photo going through.
So the door would be behind
me now.
you when you're taking this
Yes,
photo?
ma'am. And now the door is directly behind me. This is the right-hand side, so that door you see on the right is the front door. As you walk in through that front den area and you enter that other doorway, there's a bathroom off to the left and a small closet there. And this is the entrance to the den or living room area.
Now, is this a second living area?
This has entered the house. It's toward the kitchen.
Okay. And again, the front door is directly behind you?
Yes, ma'am. And this is just another establishing shot of that living room with better lighting. As you enter that living room, that closet door is on the left. The master bedroom is off on the right, and this couch is the first couch. This little armchair is the first that you interact with.
Okay, and so in the very top left of this picture, I see that there appears to be a table with 2 bar stools.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where the table with the 2 bar stools were when you arrived on the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You haven't touched anything at this point, moved anything at this point. Is that fair?
Correct. And so when you're looking, you walk in, you hit that main living area. This is all the way to the right. The master bedroom is the one on the right, and I believe this is the children's bedroom on the left, but I'm not sure. This is that far wall. That table with the stools is right in front of me. I'm now photographing left to right on the opposite side of the living room. This is just another establishing shot. You can see that master bedroom on the right and the entrance. I'm sorry, master bedroom on the left and the entranceway on the right with the front door. And this is that far wall.
What was the lighting like while you were taking these pictures?
The lighting in the home was very dim. The reason we have so much light is because of the flash I used and the light settings that I put on the camera.
Okay. But whenever you were looking without the flash on your camera, was it much darker in that house?
Yes, ma'am, quite a bit. And so this is, as you're over by the TV, there is a bedroom door right there next towards the kitchen. And this was just a shot into that bedroom. This is the living room floor. This is the couch where the victim was found. This is a reddish brown stain that it was essentially under the victim when she was found.
Okay. Now, there are, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pillows that are on this couch. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, later on in the course of your investigation, do you end up finding something of significance in any of these pillows?
That's correct.
Which one do you find something in?
The third from the left.
Okay.
So on the left side, you have 2 with frills, and then you have 1 without frill. That first one without frill from the left is the pillow.
Okay, and so we're not talking about the one that's laying down. We're talking about the one that's propped up. Is that
Correct.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's the one where you end up finding what?
We end up finding a projectile.
Okay, and this is how the couch was when you walked into that home. Is that correct?
Correct. So this is that same couch. It's as I was photographing the scene, I noticed the remote control with the back missing. I just take a photo of everything. I happen to take a photo of that because it looked odd.
Okay, so we're talking about between the two couch.
It's like a couch and an ottoman.
Okay, so there's a couch back here and then an ottoman in the front.
Yes.
And then there is 2 black items that I can see in this picture, and you're saying one's a remote, and what's the other piece?
The one on the right is the remote control. The one on the left is the back battery cover. This is a close-up shot of the reddish-brown stain with a small piece of plastic. It was a small piece of plastic from the remote. It ended up being next to the stain. That's another shot of that with better lighting.
And can you use that arrow to, where is this small piece of plastic that you're referencing? Is it over here?
I'm sorry, down to the left, left more. Left more. Keep going. A little more left. That piece right there is a small piece of black plastic.
What is this?
So this is a shot facing the front door from the viewpoint of the couch where the reddish brown stain was, trying to establish a line of sight to the front door. This is another image of that with the foreground in focus. And this is a shot from the very left edge of the front door looking towards the couch.
Okay, so you've now walked into the second living room, is that or the first living room when you come in the door?
That's correct.
Okay.
You can see on the left side the door frame to the main entrance.
So are you standing in the actual front door when you're taking this picture?
Correct. And this is another shot heading back towards the scene where the victim was found. If this is not the same photo, this is just another shot trying to get the lighting right. There were 2 cigarillos found in the home. I took photos of both just because they may have been collected for DNA evidence.
Okay, and so where are we in the house?
This is in the kitchen of the home. It's when you're looking at the living room, it's just behind the living room. A close-up of the same cigarillo. This is a heater in the home. This heater had another cigarillo on it.
Right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Just a close-up of the
This is
scene?
just a close-up shot. Yes, ma'am. When I was on scene, before Investigator Ritter left with Ms. Howington, he asked me to get a distance from the reddish-brown stain to the front door frame. So we took a measuring implement and walked it out. This was me holding the beginning of the tape at the reddish-brown stain. This is the entire length of the measuring device out to the front door, and
I'm sorry.
this is the length going out. I had another crime scene technician who was a trainee of mine holding the tape at the front door. I walked forward and got the measurement at the front door.
Do you recall what that was?
It was 29 feet, I believe. Yes, ma'am.
What's this next picture?
I think this is the previous picture, but this is me holding that, marking the beginning of the measuring tape. And this is another shot marking where I believe I was trying to mark where that pink laptop was found, 1.5 feet away from the reddish-brown stain. This is the measuring tape going out through the living room to the door frame. This is the measuring tape being held in the same spot at the door frame. And this is the actual measurement in inches of the door frame itself.
What is that in feet?
I'm not sure in feet. So 29 feet. That was if you flip back one, that's the measurement in millimeters. That's the centimeters. Sorry. This is the measurement in feet.
Okay, so it's a little bit more than 29 feet.
Yes, ma'am.
What is this a picture of?
This is a picture of that front den. Investigator Riddle, we did notice just a couple items of like food, and there was a lighter and some cigarillos. We just want to establish where those were found within the home. So this is that front den. And this is a close-up shot of where it looked like people had inhabited this room. This was a card found on the left-hand side of that couch with Gavin Howington's name on it for, I think, a dental appointment. These are what appeared to be like a cinnamon toast cereal pieces on the couch next to the Black and Mild analyzer, or Black and Mild pack analyzer. So this was taken a little later in the evening, but this was when we started to closely. Yes.
So these pictures, starting with the couch with the cigarillo, what time did you begin taking those pictures?
When I entered the home, probably around 8:15, I photographed my way through the home. This was after I talked to the investigator, so this started around 9:10 p.m.
And so there are 1, 2, 3 pictures here, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we could make this the next exhibit.
25 collected.
How many photographs?
I think 3.
So I believe you said that you started at what time?
When I began photographing, it was approximately 8:10 p.m.
Okay, and then by the time you get to the couch and the remote that we're getting ready to look at, that's what time?
9:10 p.m.
And tell the jury about the photo that we have displayed.
This photograph is of the remote control as found. You can see the back black cover, and you can also see reddish brown stains on the remote itself with a defect in the remote.
Is that what this
That's correct.
Okay, and this over here, is that the back part of the remote?
Yes, ma'am.
And this next picture?
This is just a sidelong photograph of the same defect on the back of the remote control.
Okay, did there come a point in time while you were there having photographed the scene when you received information from officers about a gun that had been located?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me show you these sets of pictures and ask you, are these the pictures that you took after the gun was found?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was it that you began taking those sets of pictures?
Approximately 10:05 p.m.
Was that immediately after the gun was found?
Yes, ma'am. As soon as we were told about it, we stopped everything, went outside to photograph.
And so you started photographing at 10:06 p.m., is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We could collectively make this the next exhibit. It's
How many photos?
11.
Any objection?
I don't think so. I'm not sure what she's having, but I've seen these.
Are they photographs of the firearm?
Yes, it's going to be the outside of the home and the firearm.
All right, let those be marked and filed collectively as number 26.
Okay, so at 10:06 you start taking these photos, and can you describe for the jury what it is that you took photos of and why?
We were told that the firearm was found on the outside of the home on the right side. I had made an establishing shot of that front porch in the window to determine the location of the house where I'm at. The next photograph would be a sweeping photograph of the right side of the home to determine.
Now, when you say the right side, are you talking about if you're looking at the home?
That's correct. If you're looking at the home from the front, yes, ma'am.
Okay, but it would be the right side from looking at the
Yes,
house.
ma'am.
Okay. So what is this one? This is around the corner?
Yes, ma'am, the right side of the house, around the corner. This is further along the right side of the home. It was tough with the lighting, but you can see a bush on the right side there. This bush was on that right side of the home, about a little more than midway down the home.
Okay. Now, when you walked around that corner before you used your camera to flash, could you see very well back there?
Oh, no, ma'am, it was very dark.
What's this a picture of?
So this is a picture with a better flash of the firearm under the bush as it was found.
This picture?
Yes, ma'am. This picture is a closer image of the photograph, or of the firearm itself under the bush.
Okay. This?
Another closer establishing shot of the firearm.
This?
So this is a photo of the firearm after I picked it up and moved it to an evidence box.
Okay. This?
This is a photograph of the firearm with the model and serial number in view.
This?
Every time we handle a firearm, we have to make it safe before we place it in the box and close the box up. So this is, if you look on the right, you can see the magazine has been removed from the firearm. I have pulled the slide back to eject the live round. Usually on a semi-automatic, you'd have a live round in the chamber ready to be fired. In this instance, there was a unejected spent cartridge still in the chamber.
Is that what this is right here?
Yes, ma'am. You can see there's no projectile in that
Okay.
casing anymore. So I wanted to show that that casing was in the gun when I found it.
Okay, now up until this point, whenever you looked into this firearm, had you all been looking for a casing in the home?
Yes, we had. We had spent quite a time looking for a casing and a projectile.
Okay, and so at this point, you found the casing, is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you found the projectile yet?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Did you spend any amount of time looking at that particular couch for the projectile?
Yes, we did.
Okay, but you hadn't found it at this point yet,
No,
is that
ma'am.
correct? All right, so this last couple photos?
This is a similar photo just showing from the top how the cartridge or the casing was found in the chamber of the weapon. This is a image of the back of the cartridge to show that the casing was spent and the primer was engaged.
Okay, and can you explain to the jury what that means? The casing was spent and the primer was engaged. What does that mean?
So this casing, this means that this was This is just a casing. This is not a full bullet. The projectile and powder are spent, and this small round section on the back of the casing that's encased in a darker bronze color, there is a defect, an impact defect in that primer, which just shows that that casing was fired.
Is that what this strike point is right here?
Yes, ma'am.
And what causes that?
When a weapon is fired, especially when a weapon is fired, a firing pin hits that primer, which ignites the powder inside of the ammunition, which fires the bullet.
Is that the last photo you have in that group of photos up there?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you also collected the gun, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you have gloves?
This may be a good time to break for lunch. Is that all the photographs?
That's all the photographs for a couple minutes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is, that clock's a little bit fast, but it's 12:30 or a few minutes past that. The food, I believe, is getting set up as we speak, so we're going to break for lunch. Remember the court's previous admonitions: don't discuss the case with one another, nor with any other person, nor attempt to learn anything at all about the case. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you in here a little over an hour and get back to work. All rise for the jury. Lunch, be back in here. That clock's what, 6 minutes fast? Shoot for 1:30 if you're a few minutes late, I understand. Make sure you get a good lunch. See you back in here in an hour. bring the jury back in. Mr. Whalen. Everyone may have a seat. Waive the call for the state.
Wait, my call.
For the defense. All right, hope you enjoyed your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. We are still in the direct examination of Officer Burke. Go ahead.
Okay, Officer Burke, I think where we were was I was asking you about your collection of the gun in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Take some thoughts up there.
Yes.
All right, what I'm going to ask you to do is to open this. Well, first, you recognize this box.
Yes.
And what is this box?
This box is the standard firearm collection case that we use at Knoxville Police. This is the standard firearm collection box that we would use at the Knoxville Police Department to collect firearm evidence.
Okay, and so is there any markings or notes on this box that indicates to you that you've done anything with this box?
Yes, so I can see that I was the one that sealed this box. I checked it for any hits on warrants or stolen firearms. It was negative on that check. I can see that I collected it, date, the case number, victim, location, and exactly what is in this box. I can also see that I ran it for DNA and that I checked it for latent prints as well.
Okay, and so we'll talk about DNA and latent prints here in just a second, but as far as you putting the gun in the box whenever you get it from Balsam Drive, did you put the date that you collected this?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
What date was that?
That was 9/14 of 2019.
Okay, and if you could open the box and then let me know, do you have a knife?
I do not.
Tell me, do you recognize the items in the box?
Yes.
Gunner, if we could mark this collectively as the next exhibit.
Mark the box and its contents as number 27.
Let me hand you Exhibit 27, and what I want you to do is I want you to take each item out and show it to the jury, and then if you can walk the items down in front of the jury and explain what
Make sure the firearms are clear.
Yes, sir. Firearms clear, sir.
they should be able to hear you, so just speak as loud as you can and we'll put you on the mic.
So this is the firearm as it was found on scene. This is a normal semi-automatic firearm made by Taurus, Millennium G2 P111. Very popular weapon. It was found under the bush outside. The magazine from the weapon, it has a little bit of tarnishing on it. That is due to the super glue fuming we do to try to get fingerprints off of it.
Are you the one that actually picked it up from the bush?
Yes, no one touched it before I touched it.
Okay. And where was the magazine whenever you first encountered the weapon?
The magazine was in the weapon.
Okay. And are there rounds in the magazine?
There were, yes, ma'am.
How many rounds were in the magazine?
The 4 live rounds still in the magazine.
Okay. What else did you know about that particular weapon when you first came into contact with it?
So it was, when I first came in contact with it, the weapon was in an operational, it was in battery is what we call it. The slide was forward, like so this gun is safe. The slide was forward and the magazine was in the weapon like this. I went to make the gun safe, removed the magazine so no live rounds go back into the chamber. I removed the magazine, I went to make the gun safe, and as I did, I noticed that there was a spent shell casing stuck inside the chamber. We call it a stovepipe. It was stuck inside the chamber. It was stuck in there, and so when I went to cycle, it wanted to fall through. I stopped and immediately took a photograph of it so that I could show that that was stuck in the chamber.
Okay. And so you used the word stovepipe. Can you explain to the jury what you mean when you use the word stovepipe?
So there's two different kind of, there's a failure to eject where the casing fails to leave the chamber. Everybody sees a semi-automatic handgun. When you fire a round, the slide cycles back and the spent casing gets shot out the side. It's called ejection. When it doesn't do that, it's called a fail to eject. When the round gets caught in here, you can kind of see the casing sticking out. It's a pipe. They call it a stovepipe. It's kind of shooting out the side.
And so when you encountered the weapon and picked it up off the ground and were making it safe, that's when you noticed that there was a stovepipe, there was a casing.
There was a failure to eject. There was a casing still locked in the chamber. Yes, ma'am.
What other items do you have in that box?
So the weapon, the magazine, I have the spent casing that was recovered from the chamber. I have the 4 live rounds from the magazine, and I have the DNA swabs as collected off the weapon.
Okay, if you could open the spent casing.
Yeah, let me.
Change process.
So the spent casing? So this spent casing. This is the.
Maybe hold that and walk down and show the jury.
So this is the spent casing. This is the spent casing of color, 9mm. Yes, 9mm, and you see the primer was struck. That is what causes the bullets to be fired, from the shell casing.
So again, this is the one that was stuck in the weapon, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There's 2 other jurors on the end.
Oh, I apologize.
And if you will put that back in here, and then if we can make this particular envelope 27A.
All right, file that as 27A, which will be the spent casing.
And then you said that there were also rounds in the magazine, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they in an envelope as well?
They are, yes, ma'am.
two additional things that you did.
Yes,
on
ma'am.
this one as well. What was the first one that you did?
We collect DNA.
Okay. And so tell the jury about that, please.
So anytime we have a firearm, it's standard practice for us to collect DNA off of the weapon. If you look at the photograph that I had when I first put the firearm in the box, you can actually see the empty swab paper, the empty swab container, because before I ever touch it, just due to cross-contamination issues, I will swab first. So we get photographed in, I put new gloves on, I swab the firearm, and then I move in to make the firearm safe. So on a firearm, we will swab 3 places.
You had indicated something in this box. Where are you talking about?
So if you look at the top, kind of right, there's a white piece of paper there. That's the empty sheath that a set of swabs comes in, a sterile set of swabs.
And for the record, we're looking at Exhibit 26.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead.
So we collect, it'd be easier if I show you, but we collect DNA from 3 different places on the firearm. One is the trigger. That's obvious. These semi-automatic weapons, as I'll show you, have a trigger with a safety integral to the trigger itself, and that supposed to allow people who are not meaning to fire the gun to prevent them from firing the gun, but due to the firearm itself and the way the trigger is ribbed, we collect DNA from the trigger. We collect DNA from the grip, where there's a rough surface that can grab finger cells, and we collect it from the slide right here as well. I'll walk around and show you, but we collect it from this slide as well, because these are very rough ridges providing grip when you pull back the gun, and the spring is kind of heavy, so they make them very aggressive. These areas collect the most DNA, so that's why we collect it from there. Should I show?
Sure.
Yeah. This right there here on the slide, this aggressive grip, and the trigger has parts of the trigger. The grip on the slide, the aggressive grip material on the grip, and the
Speak up.
There's a microphone right there beside you.
So the ridges on the side of the slide, the aggressive grip material on the grip of the gun, and the ridges in the trigger itself.
And then you said you also did fingerprint swabs.
Yes, that's correct. That we did. It's called cyanoacrylate fuming, but it's super glue fuming.
We have to go back up there, just so you're more comfortable. Can you tell the jury about that?
Is there any question your client handled? No. Move along.
You also did fingerprint examination?
That's correct. We put it into a hood and we use the standard scientific practice where we fume super glue into the chamber. Any amino acids from the fingerprint will develop a fingerprint.
Okay. And so in this particular case, were you able to retrieve fingerprints from that gun?
No, ma'am.
And why is that?
It's incredibly hard. I would say maybe 5% of all firearms that I ever got had a fingerprint, and I think maybe one semi-automatic with these rough texture, the polymer grip, and the way that these are designed, they're actually designed to spread oil so they don't look as bad and get dirty as fast. So any oils and amino acids that are on the surface of the gun go away very quickly. And,
So you weren't able to retrieve any fingerprints in this case?
no, ma'am.
You will return those items to that box, and then you will make that weapon safe. All right, so we were talking earlier about the different times when different things happen. And so I want to get let me hand you exhibits 26, 25, and 24.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to write while you think you said 8:10, is that correct?
Correct.
Right,
The time I took the first photo.
okay.
But, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. So is 8:10 when you actually took the first photo?
No, ma'am, it was 9:10.
All right, and so explain to the jury where you got 8:10 and why it's actually 9:10.
So we're taught to testify as to the time of the metadata of the photo. So you can look at any photo, any digital photo you take, and find out when that photo was created originally. And so we testify as to the metadata that comes with this original photograph. But I know from my notes and from my report that my camera was off 1 hour when I took those photos.
And why would your camera be off by an hour?
Most likely a daylight savings time issue. We take millions of photographs over 5-6 years, and sometimes you just forget to change the date and time.
So the first set of photos that you did that was of the initial crime scene was at 9:10, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the second set of photos that you did, starting with the remote, when did that start?
That would have been 10:10.
Okay, and the
And
next.
for the record, so we're talking about 24 is the first set, 25 is the second set.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Yes, Your Honor. And then Exhibit 26, whenever you all found the firearm, I believe you testified that you started taking photos almost immediately thereafter?
Yes, ma'am.
What time was that?
That was 11:05, 11:06.
11:05, 11:06, and that is the gun. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. After you took those initial photos on the scene, was there anywhere else? What's the next thing you did? After you took the 3 sets of photos we just talked about.
So during this time, it's somewhat chaotic, and we're trying to get as much evidence as we can and still meet the wishes of the investigators. And there's multiple investigators on scene, multiple officers. Around this time, once we had the gun, we're doing an in-depth search for evidence. It all has to fit into it's not a strict schedule, but we also would, around this time, once things are calming down, I'm looking to run my Faro scan, my laser scanner. I'm looking to do very in-depth search for extra evidence that wasn't found on the initial sweep, looking for anything else that we could have missed.
So at this point, you found the cartridge, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, we had already found that in the weapon.
But you've not found the projectiles, is that
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is the next thing, did you ever go to UT Hospital for Destiny?
Right after this, I believe it was Investigator Wardlaw asked us to go collect the photos and the clothing from the victim at the hospital.
Let me hand you these photos and ask you, do you recognize those photos?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those photos of?
These are photographs taken at UT Medical Center of bullet penetration or penetrating wounds on the victim.
What time did you go to and take those pictures at?
My metadata says 10:50. That would have been 11:50 p.m.
So 11:50. And is that true and accurate representations of some of the photos that you took of Destiny?
Yes, ma'am.
I wonder if we could make this the next exhibit.
Collective again.
Yes, there are 4 photos.
Those we marked them down.
And if I could have permission to publish exhibit 28 to the jury.
Any objection? You may pass those to the jury.
While the jury's looking at that, can you just describe briefly what you did at UT Medical Center?
When at this point, I believe I knew that the victim was deceased. We went to the medical center. The first thing I did was attempt to locate the clothing of the victim, because sometimes the doctors aren't charged with collection of evidence. They will just dispose of it as biohazard. So my first order of business was to get that clothing, which I was able to recover. My second order of business was to get photography evidence of the wounds to the victim.
So did you take a picture picture of both sides of her hands?
Yes, ma'am. Her right hand.
And did you also take a picture of the front and the back of her body?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you actually collected her clothing first.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it. So let me start with this. Do you recognize the item in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
This was collected at the hospital from. I'm sorry. This was at the ME office.
At the ME's office?
The victim's clothing. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so do you recall if that clothing was collected at the ME's office then? Is your handwriting on this?
This is my handwriting. This is the address for the ME office.
Okay. And so I think that you said that you thought you collected it at the hospital. Now that
That's
you're looking
correct.
at it, is the ME's office?
Yes, ma'am.
Um,
Anytime you get a murder, anytime there's a victim of an unnatural violent death, the ME always has jurisdiction of the victim and all of their property and possessions, so they would have taken this to the ME office.
Okay. And so what was the date that you collected that from the ME's office?
That was 9/26 of 19.
If you could open that. We could make this one the next exhibit. There were 3 bags.
3.
That bag or are there other bags?
I'm gonna have this bag. I'm gonna put those 3 back in.
Okay, so that bag and its contents is collective 29.
29. Okay. The
What I'm
clothing
informed.
of Destiny Oliver. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now there were 3 bags here, and the first one is a shirt. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Second one is some shorts,
Yes, ma'am.
and the third one's some underwear.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We don't need to open the shorts or the underwear, so I'm going to put those back into Exhibit 29. But if you could open Destiny's shirt. And then I'm going to have you do the same thing where you walk down in front of the jury so they can see that.
This is the shirt the victim was wearing when she was recovered by officers. It's cut in the front because the medical personnel were obviously attempting life-saving efforts, but it was recovered like this from the medical.
Okay. Is the front of the shirt the portion that's cut?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any defects in that shirt?
There's a defect in the back of the shirt.
And if you just show that to the jury and make sure that two gentlemen over there see it as well.
This is the defect in the back of the shirt.
Here, in the jury, you can see, you're welcome to stand up and look closer if you need to.
Is there a defect in the front as well, or is that cut with scissors?
It was possibly cut with the scissors. I can't do it. I located a defect in the front as well.
You should have the jury as well. Go back up and have a seat, and then I'm gonna have you put that back in this bag. Make for shirt 29. For the record, I'm going to put 29A into the bag labeled Exhibit 29. So I want to go back to September 14th of 2019 when you all were taking photographs of the house. You indicated that you took photographs of the scene, then you took photographs of the remote control, and then you also took photographs of the gun where it lay. Did you also collect those items such as the remote control?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, did this item and ask, do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that item?
This is the envelope containing the remote control with the perforation defect.
Okay. And there's also a note on there that I see that says RBS. What does RBS stand for?
That's shorthand that we use internally to refer to a reddish brown substance.
Okay. Could that be blood?
It could be blood.
Typically is.
It typically is.
And this is, what is the item in this bag?
This is the LG remote.
And is that the remote that we've seen in the pictures that's on the sofa?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If we could make this the next exhibit?
That'll be marked in file as 30.
And if you could open this item and just hold it up for the jury and tell them what it is.
This is the remote control with the bullet penetration defect in it and the reddish brown stain. Anybody see?
And the bullet defect is where?
The entrance defect is here, and an exit defect is here.
So on the front of the remote and then in the back of the remote, is that correct?
Correct.
Also collected towel.
Yes, ma'am.
Hand you this item and asked you to recognize that.
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
This is a green towel that was on the scene in front of the couch near the reddish brown stain where the victim was found.
If we could make this the next exhibit. And if you could open Exhibit 31 and publish that to the jury, please. 31. 31.
This is a green towel found in the approximate location of where the victim was supposedly found.
Okay, we'll see that in some pictures here in just a minute. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are there any reddish brown stains on that towel?
Yes.
Put that back in there. Hand you this next item. Asked you recognize that.
I do.
What is that? A picture, or what is that item?
This item is the pillow that was on the couch. The throw pillow was on the couch with the defect in it.
Okay. And this is the third pillow.
This is the third pillow from the left. Yes, ma'am.
And you said it's the one without the fringes. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We did make that the next exhibit 32.
Let it be marked and filed.
And permission for him to open and publish exhibit 32.
This is the pillow with the bullet defect found, third from the left, without frills, the one that was sitting up.
And I'm sorry to make you keep coming up and down, but if you could you orient that the way that it would have been sitting on the couch?
The way the pillow was sitting on the couch, if you were standing in front of the couch, would have been like this.
Okay, so the defect in the pillow is on the left side,
Yes, ma'am.
kind of mid to upper portion of the pillow. Is that
Yes, ma'am.
accurate? Okay. And if you could just walk this way and then make sure this gentleman up here is
When I walk around, the defect may be hard to see, but it is circled with my initials in black.
okay. And after you found that defect, that's when you circled it with your initials.
That's correct. I found it, located it, we photographed it, recovered the projectile, and then after the evidentiary value was gone, we circled it.
You will put that back in how it was packaged. You got it? And let me hand you this final item and ask you recognize that.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is that?
This is the recovered projectile that came out of that pillow.
Came out of the pillow?
The pillow that we just looked at, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so just so that it's clear to the jury, that projectile went into that pillow, correct?
That's correct, through that
It did
defect.
not come out of the pillow, it stayed in the pillow.
Correct.
Okay, and so if you could open that and show the jury, we could make this exhibit 33. If you could show that to the jury.
Because of the nature of the evidence, it was also placed into a smaller container, also sealed. This is the projectile recovered from the pillow.
I think this is the last time I'm going to ask you to do that. So you're going to place it back in the original envelope?
Yes, ma'am.
Place that envelope back into the honor envelope, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so now that we've talked about some of those items, I want to talk a little bit more about some more of the photography you did that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me show you this next group of pictures and ask, do you recognize them?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those group of pictures?
More evidence that was found at the scene. The remote control and a broken fingernail that I recovered.
And what time did you take this set of pictures?
The real time would have been 1:15 a.m.
When
1:15.
15.
Yes, ma'am.
So now we're on to September 15th, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so if we could make those the next exhibit, Your Honor.
34. Broken fingernail.
Fine. Okay, so I want to be clear about the timeline. After you went to UT Medical Center and got the photographs of Destiny, do you remember a point in time where Detective Riddle and Detective Wardlaw and Phyllis Tonkin came back to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And when they came back to the scene, they came back with the defendant? Is that
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay, so these set of photos are these being taken whenever they're back at the scene?
They would have been at the scene. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so that starts at 1:15?
Yes, ma'am.
Commission to call proceedings to the jury? Keep it up the lights. Can you tell the jury what this is?
This is that same LG remote that I showed.
This?
This is another photograph from that living area towards the main door. This is so I was establishing the location of this artifact. This is the bathroom, and that to the left would be that leather couch in that front den area. This is the bathroom on the left-hand side, entranceway, and we're looking at the pillar that you would walk through.
Okay, and so what is the next picture of?
This is the small piece of broken fingernail, purple in color.
Okay, and the last picture?
Close-up of that same artifact.
Okay, and again, just to orient the jury, this threshold that we're looking at in the third picture, this one right here that's up on the screen, where is this? Where are we talking about in the house?
So the front door is to the left. Where the victim was found is just behind me to the right, and I'm looking straight into the bathroom. If I reached out my left hand, I would touch that fireplace in the den.
Okay.
So as you're walking through the front door and you go past that front den area, before you get into the next living area, the pillar that you walk past, it's there on the left.
So while you are at the scene at this point in time with Detective Riddle and Detective Wardlaw and Phyllis Tonkin and the defendant, at some point in time did somebody ask you to move the stool or ask somebody to move the stool?
Yes.
Okay, and to photograph also a closet that was there?
Yes.
And did you do that?
We did.
All right, let me hand you the next set of photographs and ask, do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
What are those photographs of?
These are photographs that were taken of the closet in what I would consider to be the master bedroom.
Okay, and was that at the direction of Detective Riddle?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many photographs are in that one? Is it
11?
11, okay. And what time was it that you took these photographs?
This would have been 3:20 a.m.
3:20?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's of the closet?
This is of the master bedroom closet.
If we could make this the next exhibit.
And those were marked about as 35.
And permission to publish these to the jury. You will tell the jury what we're looking at in these next set of photographs.
This is the closet, so the stool has already been moved into place. We did a walkthrough with the with Miss Howington, and while we were doing that walkthrough, the stool was moved into this location, and I started photographing after the video walkthrough. So this is that closet with the stool in place.
And so, just so that we're clear, I'm going to go back to Exhibit 24. The stool, so that you can take that picture, was moved from here to that closet. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. So to get the stool there, where would you have had to walk?
From where we found the stool when we were walking in, it's kept at a little table. You would take it from the far end of the living room closest to the kitchen, and you would walk it through the living room, around a corner, and into the master bedroom.
Let me show you Exhibit 24. You're saying through this whole entire room?
Correct. You would walk toward the camera, and then go around this little armchair that's in the front of the photo, and then you would take a right, or you would take a left.
All right. Please tell the jury what's in the next photo.
This is the top of the closet.
And the next.
This is a 90-degree on view of the closet with the stool in front of it, bottom, and this is the same view of the top with the black bag. This is the closet door. There was no handle on the inside. Another view of the broken handle on the closet door. There was no frame damage to the closet door. I think I was just trying to take a photo of the black bag in relationship to the doorway. Another view of the chipped paint around the door frame.
And what about what is happening in this particular photograph?
In this photograph, we're photographing the height from the top of the closet where the black bag was found down to the top of the stool.
And what is the distance from where the bag was to the stool?
It was 51 inches, which is 4'3" inches. 51 inches, yeah.
Okay. Did you take any additional photographs?
I did.
What is the next thing that you photographed?
We went to the neighbor's house. I guess the young son, Gavin, was familiar with the neighbor, so he was in with Investigator Tonkin. They were over at the neighbor's house, and the young boy had fallen asleep.
Okay, and you talking about Gavin?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you take some pictures of Gavin as well?
We did.
Let me hand you these 5 photographs and ask you to recognize them.
I do.
What are these 5 photographs of?
Of Gavin on the couch and of measurements we took.
We could make those the next exhibit. And what time did you go do that?
That was about 4 a.m.
Permission to publish these to the jury. You said it was about 4 p.m.?
4 a.m.
4 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe for the jury what's in this first picture?
This is Gavin when I entered the residence, this was Gavin on the neighbor's couch.
This picture?
In this picture, we had placed a measuring tape alongside him. I was trying to get his full body in frame, not necessarily take the measurement there.
This one?
This is a rough estimate of how tall he was without extending his arm, just head to foot. He's about 3 foot 1 inches tall, 3 foot tall.
And then somebody took his arm and extended it for this picture?
That's correct. I believe the neighbor did, took the arm, extended it out, and it contracted a little bit, but we just did the best we could to measure from the tip of his finger down his body to the base of his feet.
And what is the measurement from his finger to foot?
It was 42 inches from fingertip to the ball of, or from to the heel of the foot, and then the ball was like another inch, 43.
And so did you all wake Gavin up to take these pictures?
No, we manipulated him, but he was a sound sleeper.
Okay. And you're aware that later on in the investigation that there were pictures taken of Gavin while he was awake, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, and he was much more cooperative then.
Okay. And so, but these are the pictures that were taken on September 15th, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you also charged with collecting Gavin's clothing and the defendant's clothing?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me hand you this and ask what is in this bag.
This is Gavin's clothing.
Okay. And when was that collected?
That was collected on 9/15 in the it was right after these photos were taken.
Okay, so you took photos of Gavin and also his clothing, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this his clothing?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if we could make this the next exhibit.
It'll be marked and filed as 37.
And if you could open exhibit 37 and show that to the jury.
There are 2 pieces of individually packed clothing, the Nike gray t-shirt and the black shorts. This is the shirt the victim was wearing when we photographed him and changed his clothes.
Now you said the victim, do you mean Gavin?
I apologize. Yes, this was the clothes that Gavin was wearing when we talked to him, or when we were photographing about 4 a.m.
Okay, and so are you aware that this shirt was sent to be tested for gunshot residue?
It was. These are gunshot residue tests.
Okay, and those kits are in that same exhibit that you just opened, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. If you could place the shirt back into this bag, I don't know if we could make this bag with just this shirt in it, exhibit 37A.
The shirt be filed as 37A.
ma'am.
And then if you could just put the other items back into exhibit.
Were the GSR kits in the bigger bag or the smaller?
In the bigger bag, sir.
So going into exhibit 37 is the 2 GSR kits, the shorts.
The black shorts.
And then 37A, which we opened, which
Yes.
is Gavin's. Did you also test, or did you also collect the defendant's dress?
Yes.
And this, I'm going to ask you about when that was collected.
That was collected 9/15, so September 15th of 2019.
And so, can you tell me if this item that I've handed you, is that her dress?
Yes, ma'am.
Can we make that the next exhibit?
That'd be marked in files 38.
If you could open that, and if you can have permission to publish that to the jury. Same thing, is there a GSR kit in here?
Yes, ma'am.
Place that back in this envelope. Okay, I'll show you these last set of photographs and ask, do you recognize these?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those photographs of?
These are photographs of the pillow with the bullet defect in them.
And there are 10 photographs there.
Yes, ma'am.
If we could make that collectively the next exhibit.
That'd be marked in files 39.
Okay, and before we pull these up on the screen, can you explain to the jury what you did as far as with the couch and with the pillow?
As we finished up with Gavin, we were finishing up the scene. I was speaking with Investigator Wardlaw, was on scene at the time. We were talking about a final sweep of the crime scene, just making sure that we had every bit of evidence we would want. Investigator Wardlaw expressed that the investigative team wanted to take the entire couch. We knew that's where she was found. We had not found a projectile or a defect at this time, so we wanted to take the entire couch. We took the couch as evidence, put it in a box truck, immediately transported it to our evidence facility at the crime scene investigation unit. We have a big garage. Put it in the garage. I photographed the clothing and put it in a drying machine, and then we sealed the garage up as a evidence unit. We came back later that day due to hours. We came back, I think it was 2:30 or 3 p.m. to process the actual couch. And while we were processing the couch, we found the defect.
Okay, and so let me show you the photos that we just introduced as the last exhibit. First, I want to ask you, do we have this oriented correctly where the defect is in the on the left side towards the middle? Is it oriented correctly as it would have been on the couch?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
So when we moved the couch to our evidence facility, we left the pillows in place. We just picked the whole couch up, put it in there. When we got it to Fifth Avenue, or excuse me, at our evidence facility, and we didn't touch it until we came back that next day. While we were looking through the pillows one by one, we found a defect. It's on this pillow, and it's very hard to see right now, but there's a small red fiber, and it was right next to that red fiber. That is little up, right, yeah, so you're a little to the left, little more. There's the red fiber. That red fiber was very close proximity to the defect.
Show you the next photo. Is this oriented correctly to how it would have been on the couch?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where is the defect that you were talking about?
That there's a red fiber moving across to the right-hand side. That's the defect. To the right, there it is right there.
Next photo.
While the way we found that defect, I was squeezing the couch looking for the projectile and found the projectile. Then we found the defect. This,
Feel it in the pillow.
you could feel the projectile. And then this is the projectile inside, just breaching the defect on the way out.
And so are you going to take the projectile out of the pillow through the hole that it went into the pillow in?
Yes, ma'am.
This next picture.
This is the projectile coming back out the defect.
Okay, so that's literally you pulling it out of the pillow, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What is this a photo of?
This is what we call an ABFO scale. All it does is give you on a perpendicular line, gives you the measurement of the defect. Because it's in cloth, it seals pretty well. It's very hard to tell the size of the defect, but I measured it either way.
And is that the last photo that you took?
Yes, ma'am.
If I can have just 1 minute.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
You doing okay up there?
Doing all right, yes, sir.
Good.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for asking. I just want to clear up a little confusion on that first part of timing and camera and
Yes, sir.
clock. So your camera was 1 hour back.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you thought that you picked up those clothes at UTMC, but it turned out it was a medical examiner's office.
Yes, sir.
Did you do anything at UTMC, if you know?
Other than take the photos, that's it.
Okay. Oh. Judge, could you slip that back over on my side,
You need the screen.
please? You've identified this photograph, right?
Yes, sir.
I think that's in the collective 35. So we've got this photograph with that bag hanging way down off the shelf. And then I think the one, nope. Got, oh. This one, is that the same bag?
It is the same bag, yes, sir.
Do you know how that different orientation came about?
When we first got on scene, the bag wasn't in there. The bag was hanging off a door handle. And as they're doing the walkthrough, the defendant grabbed the bag and put it up there to show approximately where it would have been. While they were talking, this is after the walkthrough we did, they asked us to measure to the bottom, not necessarily to the bag, to the bottom of the actual shelf there, yes, sir, or to the top of the shelf, yes, sir. So we approximated about an inch above the shelf to the bottom of the bag.
And up on the top of that shelf there's that bag and high-heeled shoes.
Yes, sir. We moved that bag back just to get the measurement from a firm location, yes, sir. That bag was, when we went to go take that measurement, still hanging in the front.
And had you not come up here, you would have been on a boat in the coastal waters of Florida today.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, and I appreciate you coming up here.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Just briefly, so just to be clear, the person that moved the bag, you said it was on the handle of the door?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that door, in one of the pictures, you can see that the handle on the inside of the door is just like a screw.
Yes,
And on the
ma'am.
outside, there's an actual knob. Is
There's
that
a knob.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the door on the inside of was the
I-
bag on the inside of the door or on the outside? And if you don't recall, that's
I can't
okay.
recall. I know it was on that door because I remember Investigator Wardlaw exclaiming that she moved it.
Okay, he was concerned that she was moving
Yes,
the
ma'am.
bag from the door up into the top of the closet.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that correct?
That's all.
Anything further?
Did you say the bedroom door had just a screw on one side, or the
The
closet?
closet door had, yes, sir.
Was a photograph ever taken of the bag on the door?
No, sir.
Okay.
All right, you may step down, have a safe trip back to Florida. Call your next witness.
Take on Rudy McGowan.
If you would raise your right hand, please, and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Have a seat. Adjust the microphone if you need to speak directly into it.
All right, could you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
Yes, Rudy McGowan, Rudy, R-U-D-I-E, McGowan, M-C-G-O-W-E-N.
And Ms. McGowan, where do you work?
I'm at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the Nashville headquarters.
And what do you do at the TBI?
Currently, I'm a human resource officer, and I'm in the Human Resources Division.
How long have you been in human resources?
This is my 4th year coming up.
And prior to, I guess about 2020, when you went into human resources, did you work for TBI at that point as well?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do then?
Before 2020?
Yes.
Yes, I was a forensic technician in the Nashville Crime Lab.
Okay, and can you just tell the jury a little bit about what it means to be a forensic technician?
Yes, to be a forensic technician, it means that you receive evidence from the law enforcement agencies in Tennessee.
And the Nashville office, does it receive evidence from just Nashville or all agencies outside of Nashville as well?
The agencies outside of Nashville as well.
Okay. And is that because only certain testing is done in Nashville as opposed to all over the state?
That is correct.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about how it is that the Nashville office will receive evidence from outside agencies?
When the evidence is received, we take evidence by hand and as well as in the mail.
And particularly, I want to talk about, were you working in this capacity in October of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And did you receive several pieces of evidence in this particular case?
I did.
And do you recall how it was that you received them?
Yes, I received these pieces of evidence through the mail via FedEx.
Is there any question on chain of custody?
I'm not contesting chain of custody.
Okay.
Well, that cuts down on my questions a whole lot, Mrs. McGowan.
I take it you looked at the evidence, you logged it in, and documented where it came from, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
No, I guess at this point, if we could at least just have...
Go ahead and show her that document, let her identify that.
Okay, so when evidence comes in, you log it in TBI's internal system, and it creates a chain of custody.
That is correct.
And does that chain of custody document every time that a piece of evidence is taken out by anybody or for testing or anything like that?
That is correct as well.
And do you recognize this document that I'm showing you here?
I do.
And is this the chain of custody for this particular case?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, if we could have this as the next
Let
number.
that be marked and filed as number 40.
And then when you receive evidence, does it also come with a request for examination from the agency that is actually sending you the evidence?
Yes, yes.
And is that what this form that I'm showing you here
Yes.
is? And that's the one that you received with the evidence in this particular case?
Yes.
I don't know if this could be the next number.
Let that be
exhibit.
marked and filed as 41.
And just so we're clear, Ms. McGowan, when you received this evidence, you said that you received it via a FedEx package.
Yes, that is correct.
Did it show any signs of tampering or damage or anything like that when
Not
you
at
received
all.
it? Okay. And then once you received it, did you then put it in TBI's secured vault?
Yes.
And at that point in time, is the only people who have access to that, is that going to be the agents that work for your agency?
Almost. The people that have access to the vault, it's very limited. It's only the TBI director, the assistant director of the laboratory himself, the laboratory manager, my forensic technician supervisor, and the six forensic technicians that I worked with.
And in this particular case, once all the testing that was needed to be done was completed, did the TBI then send the evidence back to the Knoxville Police Department?
Yes, it did.
That's all I got, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
No, thank you for coming.
Have a safe trip back to Nashville. Thank you. Call your next witness. Come around, please, and as you approach the witness stand, raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Thank you.
Have a seat, please.
Afternoon. If you would please state your name and spell it for our court reporter, please.
Kyle Osborne, Kyle-Osborne.
And where are you currently employed?
I am currently employed at the U.S. Army Crime Lab.
And how long have you been with the U.S. Army Crime Lab?
About 2.5 years.
Prior to, I'm going to say, about 2022, where did you work at that point?
Before that, I was employed at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's Nashville Crime Laboratory.
And how long did you work for TBI?
I worked for the TBI for 7 years.
And were you working there back in late 2019?
I was.
Early 2020, late 2019?
I was.
And what was your specific job title at that point in time?
I was a special agent forensic scientist assigned to the microanalysis unit.
Okay. And I apologize, I don't know if you still have the same title, but I'm going to call you Agent Osborne just because I'm going off your report here, unless I need to call you something else. Is that okay?
As of now, I'm no longer a special agent, so...
Well, I'm going to go off this report, and I'll just refer to that just to make it a little bit easier, if that's okay. All right, so before we get into this, I want to talk a little bit about your education and your training prior to coming to the TBI. Can you tell the jury about that?
Judge, the state can ask if they want. We're not contesting his qualifications.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, both sides agree that this witness is an expert in the field of microanalysis. For that reason, the rules of evidence provide that he may offer opinion testimony. Go ahead.
All right. And so, I guess, Your Honor, just for purposes of the record, I think we would also ask that the witness be tendered as an expert in gunshot residue, primer residue, as well as microanalysis, as the court said.
Give me the full title of your field of expertise at the time.
Gunshot primer residue. For this case, Your Honor.
Gunshot primer residue. Okay, go ahead.
And just for purposes of the record, I know that we've already tendered you as an expert. Could you at least just tell us where you went to school and what degrees you hold at this time?
Yes, so I have a bachelor's of chemistry from Vanderbilt University as well as a master's in chemistry from Georgia Tech.
Okay. And so were you asked to examine some articles of clothing in this case?
Yes, it was requested that I examine, it looks like 4 articles of clothing in this case.
Okay. And were you able to actually do the testing needed on those and create a report with the findings of your testing?
I performed testing on 3 of the 4 exhibits that were submitted.
Okay. And did you put your findings in a report?
I did, yes.
I can approach Ryan. All right. Do you recognize what I'm showing you here?
Yes, this appears to be a copy of my microanalysis report dated January 17th, 2020.
Great. And is this a fair and accurate copy of the report that you generated in this case?
Yes.
And if we could have this.
Mark it and file it as Exhibit 42.
Okay, now before we get into the specific findings in this case, I want to just kind of back up just a little bit. If you could just talk just a little bit about what is gunshot residue?
So gunshot residue generally refers to residues that are produced when a firearm is fired. So for gunshot primer residue, it's specifically talking about the residues that come from the primer on the back of the cartridge or ammunition. So when the trigger is pulled, the first thing that's going to happen is your firing pin or your hammer is going to strike the primer on the back of your cartridge, and that's going to initiate a chemical reaction. It's going to create a very intense flame that's going to then start burning your gunpowder, and that's how you get the reaction that's going to eventually propel your bullet out the barrel. So when that initial reaction happens in the primer, you're going to get chemicals that are common to primers, and they're relatively uniform across different manufacturers. Those chemicals are going to contain antimony, barium, and lead. When they burn, you're going to get those chemicals turning into a gas, very hot, expanding rapidly. And so they're going to try to force their way out of the weapon any place they can, any little non-airtight gaps. So you're going to have a lot that are going to go out the barrel, but you're also going to have them escaping through, if it's a pistol, like your ejection port, or out the magazine well, through gaps around the trigger. If it's something like a revolver, you have large gaps around the cylinder where those gases can escape. And so when they escape the weapon, they're going to move out in the area around where the firearm was discharged, and they're going to expand and cool very rapidly. When this happens, you're going to get these gases are going to condense all the way from a gas down to a solid. And when they do that, they're going to form these rounded shapes as they move from solid to liquid, or gas to liquid to solid. And so you're going to have these small, microscopic, rounded particles that are going to be distributed and falling out of the air in the area around where the gun is just discharged. We consider those rounded particles containing the elements antimony, barium, and lead to be primer gunshot residue particles.
And again, just to be clear, I mean, talked about a lot that goes on whenever a gun is fired. This is not something that can be seen with the naked eye, though. You can't see gunshot residue on a person with the naked eye. Is that correct?
That's correct. These residues that we're looking at aren't like soot or partially burnt powder. These are small microscopic particles, generally on the order of a few nanometers. So, for instance, the width of a human hair, you can line up somewhere on the order of 60 to 80 of these particles along the width of a human hair to give you an idea of the size of these particles.
And so if you are doing a test on, say, an article of clothing or hands or something to that effect, and you find gunshot residue, what would that reveal? So
finding gunshot residue on hands, item of clothing, is an indication that that item, it tells us that they have gunshot residue on that item. What's up for debate is how those residues got there, and there are a few ways that residues can come from a firearm and end up on the hands or an item. It can be from firing a weapon. It can be from, like we said, those particles are condensing in the area around where a weapon was fired. So if you were near a weapon that was fired, or if you handled a weapon that had gunshot residue on it because it had been fired, or came in contact with a source of gunshot residue, they can be transferred in that way, like through handling a weapon. So those are the three main ways that we talk about of how gunshot residue could end up on someone's hands or clothing.
And so, just to make sure that I'm clear on it, let's say that we're dealing with a situation where we're in an enclosed space. Could the presence of gunshot residue indicate that a person was just in that room when a gun was shot?
Yes, the presence of gunshot residue could indicate that that person was just near a gun when it discharged.
Not necessarily that they did the shooting, but were in pretty close proximity, is that correct?
Yes, they could have never handled the weapon, and if they're in relatively close proximity, say generally we talk 5 to 6 feet or kind of downrange of the weapon, they could have those gunshot residues on them without ever handling the weapon.
Could there also be transference of gunshot residue from one person to another? Say, if a person had it on their clothing and hugged another person or picked up another person, could that also be a way in which gunshot residue could end up on someone's clothing?
Yes, these particles do not permanently adhere when they settle onto an object or clothing or someone's hands. They will be lost through transfers over time and when they come in contact with other things.
And so, does the presence of gunshot residue, is there any way for you to determine the distance in which a gun was fired or from a victim or anything like that? Does gunshot residue tell us anything like that?
No, primer gunshot residue does not give an indication of distance of firing or type of weapon used.
So I want to just talk a little bit about the specific testing procedure that you used in this case, okay? Could you just kind of walk the jury through what it is that you do when you get an article of clothing or you get samples from a hand or something like that to test?
When I get an article of clothing for testing, the first thing I'll do is, after pulling the evidence, is clean my workspace thoroughly, put out fresh paper, and open that evidence to collect the potential residues from the clothing. Our analysis is not looking directly at the clothing, it's going to look at samples that we take from the clothing. So once I have the clothing out and have it documented, we use small aluminum stubs. So it's an aluminum disc that's about the size of, say, a dime with an adhesive tab on it. So I can take that stub, and if it were, say, my suit jacket, I would tab along the front of the garment, essentially covering the entire front of the garment with those little presses. And that adhesive is going to pick up those residues if they're present on the garment. After collection, I can take that stub to a specialized microscope that's going to allow me to look at both the shape, like we talked about, where they've condensed from a vapor, so they're going to have a rounded shape. So it's going to let me see the shape, but it's also going to let me look at the elements that make up that particle. So I can see that it has the correct shape and it has that antimony, barium, and lead, then I'm able to call that a particle of primer gunshot residue.
Now, in this case in particular, you said that you received 4 items of clothing. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you said you only tested 3 of those. We'll get into that 4th piece. But on the 3 that were tested, were you able to find gunshot residue?
Yes, I found gunshot residue on what the TBI's exhibits 1A, 1B, and 2A.
Okay. Let's break those down. Looks like 1A says that it's a gray Nike Child's T-shirt. Do you recognize this bag at all?
Yes, if you flip it around. So it's got the case the lab assigned case number for this case. It has a label with Exhibit 1 as well as I have my personal markings on it with the case number, the exhibit numbers that were in this bag, so 1A and B, my initials, and the date. And then these seals here are evidence tape with my initials across them.
Okay, so this is, we're looking at what's on your report as Exhibit A and I think B too, because this contains the shorts as well.
Yes,
right?
this is 1A and 1B.
And then we're looking at what's already been admitted as Exhibit 37. I just want to make sure there's also what looks like some GSR testing kits in here. Do you recognize these?
Yes, so these would have been the stubs that I tested as part of my, that I collected with and then examined under the microscope. This one, labeled with the case number, and Exhibit 1A and B would be the stubs that I collected from the articles of clothing. And then this other would be the negative controls that I created and tested as part of this case. As part of our testing process, we take a stub and don't let it come into contact with any of the evidence from this case. It goes through all of the processes that we would to examine sample stubs to ensure that we don't have any source of contamination within our laboratory or any of our testing processes.
I also want to show you what has already been admitted as 38, Exhibit number 38. And again, do you recognize the same sort of markings that you were talking about on Exhibit 37?
I do, yes. So it has all of the same markings that I discussed on the previous exhibit, and this is marked as the lab's Exhibit 2.
Okay, and this on your report is listed as a black and white dress. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and so Exhibit 37 here, this first bag, listed as a gray Nike child's t-shirt and size 4T black shorts that we now know came from Gavin, the 2-year-old Gavin. And then Exhibit 38 here is the dress worn by Robin Howington. Those were the 3 items that you tested, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you find the presence of gunshot residue on those 3 items?
I did, yes.
Okay, and so again, just so that we're all clear, the presence of gunshot residue, that cannot tell us who shot a gun. Is that right? Is that an accurate statement?
That's an accurate representation.
Okay, but it can tell us that when a gun was shot, that these individuals were probably in pretty close proximity. Is that right? Is that fair to say?
So being in close proximity is one of the ways that these particles could be deposited. Again, physical contact with a source of gunshot primer residue is an additional. My testing of those 3 major ways can't distinguish which.
And can your testing find whether or not there's more gunshot residue on one person versus another, or one article of clothing versus another, anything like that?
There's not any scientific basis for assigning extra weight to finding more particles on one person or another, trying to assign, shooter versus bystander. For gunshot residue, the testing is really to the point of whether it's present or not.
Now, briefly, I just kind of want to talk a little bit about when we're talking about clothing, gunshot residue on clothing versus gunshot residue on a person's hands, for example. Does gunshot residue on clothing last longer typically, or vice versa?
So on the hands, gunshot residues are deposited into the oils that our skin naturally produces. That's where they kind of stick. But those oils are constantly lost through touching objects, through just your natural oil production of your hand. They're constantly getting replaced. So they last significantly, they last a shorter amount of time on skin than on clothing. Something as simple as washing your hands would completely remove gunshot residues from your hands. Whereas with clothing, typically gunshot residues are considered to remain on that clothing until it's washed.
And is there a certain amount of time after, say, a shooting takes place where you typically wouldn't expect to find gunshot residue on a person's hands?
The rule of thumb that I normally go with is after around 8 hours, I am not expecting to find gunshot residue on someone's hands. There are labs out there that will not test kits from an individual's hands if they were collected more than 4 hours after the incident.
I want to just, last thing is I want to talk about this fourth article of clothing that you received. And you've got it listed as Exhibit 3A here on your report. And it states that it's Destiny Oliver's clothing. Now, did you test that clothing?
I did not test Destiny Oliver's clothing. It was indicated to me that Destiny was the victim of a gunshot, in which case she's been associated with the discharge of a firearm, and that is all that that primer gunshot residue testing would have been able to say anyway. So doing the testing would not have provided any additional information to the case.
And so just to make sure that I'm understanding, essentially because we already knew that she was the victim of a gunshot wound, there would be really no need for testing to see whether or not there was gunshot residue on her clothing?
That's correct.
I'll pass the list.
Cross-examination. Thank you. Good afternoon, Agent.
Good afternoon.
You doing all right up there?
I am.
Okay. And one of the reasons not to test Destiny's clothing is you would expect to find gunshot residue.
Yes, I would.
And so the contact, if someone was lending aid to or comfort to Destiny, that certainly could have been a transfer by contact of GSR, right?
Yes, if someone is coming in contact with someone who has been shot, especially if they're contacting them in any area around the gunshot, I would expect transfer.
Holding a pressure bandage or something holding pressure over a wound would transfer?
Yes, I would expect that would transfer it to someone's hands. Yes.
And you were not asked to look at the hand, or you were not asked to do any testing related to the hands of anybody in this case, right?
No, as far as I know, no kits from hands were submitted.
Thank you, Agent. Have a good
Any
day.
further, General? You are free to go. Have a safe trip back. All right, you may need a break. I see some heads nodding. Okay. We're going to take about a 10-minute recess. Everybody stretch your legs. Don't discuss the case. All rise for the jury. You ready, Mr. Whalen?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm now talking about calling investigator for what all this afternoon. So I don't know about getting through both sides of this investigator board.
I think if we're not gonna get to ward law.
What does he add that?
I'd like to let him leave, we gotta put in the phone to him, we've got evidence that we have to put in.
Okay.
But if we're not gonna get to him today, I don't want him sitting out here all day. So if we could, and he's on night shift tonight, so if we're not gonna get to him today, I'd like to just let him go ahead and go and tell him that we're gonna
Well,
call him first thing in the morning.
I'm not clairvoyant. Who's your next witness?
We've got, the firearms expert, then I have Phyllis Tonkin that has 2 videos that we're gonna play with her, then we have Terry Pate who has, jury out hearing that we're gonna have to do. So I don't think there's any way we're gonna get to him anyway, but I didn't want to tell him he could go if the court was.
No, I mean, I don't want him sitting here, but I don't want to zip through 3 straight witnesses, and at 4:15, you're saying that you're out of witnesses. But I mean, realistically, if we've got the firearms person, and then who's the next person? I'm sorry, who? Oh, Phyllis. Okay, and then Investigator Pate. I mean, in all likelihood, we're probably not getting to him.
Can we let him go then?
Yeah, we'll just start with him tomorrow. Can we get all the proof in and through tomorrow? Are we going to be done with the proof, you think?
Unless the defense has a lot of witnesses. We'll be done with the state's case tomorrow.
All right.
You think we won't get to suppression hearing tomorrow afternoon? With that Bob John? Me too.
That is the one ray of sunshine I have that we're still going to be trying this case. I won't be entertained by Mr. Jolly tomorrow afternoon.
My life's been up here for the last 3 months.
Okay.
Maybe we do that lunchtime. Oh, please. No, that's going to be every bit of half a day.
You can do it at lunchtime. I'm not. All right, get the jury lined up. All rise for the jury. All right, everyone may have a seat. Waive the call for the state. For the defense. General, call your next witness.
The state calls Lad Kuykendall.
If you would come around and before you take the witness stand, please sir, raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Have a seat, please. If you need to adjust the microphone, do so.
Good afternoon. Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Ladd, L-A-D-D, Kuykendall, K-U-Y-K-E-N-D-A-L-L.
And where do you currently work?
I'm employed at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, specifically within their forensic division.
And what do you do at TBI?
I'm a special agent, forensic scientist, specifically in their Firearms and Toolmark Identification Unit.
How long have you been employed at TBI?
Just over 10 years.
And could you tell the jury a little bit about your education and background as it deals with firearms and toolmark identification?
And Judge, once again, we will stipulate his qualifications.
Same instructions, ladies and gentlemen. The parties agree this witness is an expert in the field or forensic firearm and tool mark identification. The rules permit him to offer opinion testimony. Go ahead.
And I know that we've stipulated that you are an expert in the field. However, if you wouldn't mind just giving us a short, brief background on your education.
Yes. In May of 2013, I received a BS degree in biology with a minor in chemistry. And under my employment at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, I underwent an extensive 2-year training program specifically for firearms and tool mark identification.
In your time at TBI, how many firearms would you say that you've tested?
Hundreds, if not thousands.
And I want to talk specifically about what you did in this case. Did you examine a firearm and some casings and bullets that were recovered from the firearm in this particular case?
I did.
And were you able to put the results of your examination into a report?
I did.
Recognize what I'm showing you here?
I do recognize this as a copy of my official report.
And is this a fair and accurate copy of the report that you generated in this case?
It is, yes.
And if we could have this marked as the next one.
That'd be marked and filed as number 43.
Okay, so before we get into the specific results of your testing in this particular case, can you just describe for the jury when you receive a firearm for testing, as you did in this particular case, what is it exactly that you're doing with the gun, with the firearm? What are you looking for, I guess?
Yes. So in general, in the Firearms and Tool Mark Identification Unit, what we're trying to do is find if a fire and ammunition component, such as bullets or cartridge cases, were fired from a particular firearm. When I receive a firearm as evidence, I'm going to make sure that it is first unloaded and safe to handle, and I'm going to make sure that it's in normal operating condition with any safety features functioning.
And so when you say that you're looking for similarities, things like that, when a gun is fired, does it leave any sort of markings or anything like that on the casings and or the bullet?
Yes, it does. And we do break this down into 2 sets of characteristics, if you will. The first would be class characteristics. This is the blueprint of the gun. The caliber, the shape of the firing pin, whether it's hemispherical or rectangular, the rifling pattern. This is the raised and depressed area within the barrel that's set at a certain twist, whether right hand or left hand, and that's what imparts a spin on the bullet, and that's what makes the bullet stable in flight. All those things are predetermined by the manufacturer, so I look for those things to see if they agree. Say I have a firearm, it has 6 right rifling, it is 9mm caliber. I look on a bullet if I receive it as evidence, and I see 6 land, 6 groove impressions set at a right hand twist, and I measure it and it is consistent with 9mm caliber. Those all have the same class characteristics. That's not unique to a particular gun. That's unique to a set of guns made by a manufacturer. What I'm looking for after that, if all these class characteristics match, I'm looking for individual characteristics which are unique to that firearm. It's a mechanical fingerprint, if you will. So during the firing process, a gun can impart unique incidental markings to bullets and cartridge cases. So that rifling I mentioned earlier, it cuts into the bullet and it can leave what we call stria, which are just scratch marks. These are unique to that barrel. And then on the firing pin, there can be unique marks and that can be impressed onto the cartridge case. And the breech face, that's the area of the slide that surrounds the firing pin, can also impart marks onto the cartridge case. I evaluate all these things on a microscopic level. I use a microscope to compare test-fired cartridge cases that I know came from the gun, so all the markings that are on those cartridge cases and on the bullets, I know came from the gun. I look at those marks and compare them to the marks that are on the evidence from the scene. And if I see the level of agreement that I see between things that I know came from the gun to the evidence, then I can identify or make the conclusion that that ammunition component was fired from the gun.
And so, I guess just to make sure that I'm understanding, whenever a weapon is fired,
Yes.
You're talking about those lines and things that it's leaving. If that same weapon is fired again, would you expect to see the same sort of lines on the second bullet as the first?
Yes, there has to be a level of reproducibility in order to make an identification. And this is what we see. I generally test fire at least 4 bullets in at least 4 cartridge cases to see if these marks are reproducing one test fire from another. And if there are more tests that need to be done, I'll shoot as many as need be. But yes, I do expect these firearms to reproduce these marks if they're there.
Okay. And so in this case in particular, you were provided with a weapon. Do you recall what kind of weapon that was?
I do recall it being a 9mm pistol of Taurus make, I believe.
Does this box look familiar to you? It's already been admitted as exhibit number 27. Do you recognize that box?
I do recognize it, yes.
Is this the box that you received in this case that contained the firearm that was found on the scene?
It does appear to be. It has my laboratory markings in my handwriting, my initials, and the exhibit numbers on it.
Okay. So when you first get a weapon, I believe you testified a little while ago that you will check it to make sure that everything's functioning properly. Is that correct?
Yes, I will make sure it's in normal operating condition.
And did you do that in this particular case?
I did.
And what were your results?
That it was functioning normally as expected, and the safety features were functioning as well.
Okay. So I want to talk specifically about these safety features on this particular gun. I'm going to ask you to take that out if you don't
Sure.
mind. So, get you some gloves if you want to use that.
Okay.
Because I'm going to ask you to step down and just demonstrate where specifically the safety features on this gun are.
Would you also like me to explain the cycle of fire of this as well?
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Still clear?
Yes, sir. Would you like to see it?
Take your word for it.
And just to be clear, I also see the laboratory markings, exhibit number, and my initials that I etched onto the gun magazine. So I do believe I am handling the firearm that I work in this case. This is a Taurus model PT-111 Millennial G2. It's a long name. This is a semi-automatic 9mm pistol. And I'm going to show you in general how this is supposed to operate. And there are a few basic core steps in order to operate this weapon. So you have a magazine. It is a detachable separate magazine that you would load the cartridges, unfired ammunition, into the magazine. Once this is loaded, you will then insert it into the bottom of the grip that is loading the gun. Now to feed a cartridge into the slide, you will have to pull this to the rear and allow it to go forward. That's what's going to strip that first piece of unfired ammunition into the chamber. It is now ready to be fired. Pulling the trigger, you heard that releases the firing pin, that detonates the cartridge within, fires the bullet this way. Now, how this all operates, it's a short recoil operated system. What that means is if you fired a gun, that kick that you experience, that's called recoil. That's the energy from the detonation of this cartridge. That's what operates this slide. So that energy from the shot will then force the slide backwards to the rear, automatically extracting and ejecting the cartridge case, the fire cartridge case within the chamber, out. It will also then go back forward once it reaches all the way to the rear. There's a big spring that forces it back home like you just saw. Now a new unfired piece of ammunition is in the chamber ready to be fired, and a pull the trigger only fires one at a time in a semi-automatic operated pistol like this one. So this has a couple of different safety features. The first that you can see is on the left-hand side of the pistol. It's what I would call a left-handed manual lever safety. You have to manually flip this safety up. And what this does is it actually seizes the trigger and it cannot be pulled. So now I cannot pull it any further than what I'm doing now. So it's not releasing the firing pin, so it would not fire. This safety has to be disengaged before firing. There's another one called a core security system. This is a lock and key. You see this small circle on the top of the slide? There's a key that you can insert and twist and will actually lock up. It will seize up the trigger in the back in the connection to the firing pin. It will not fire if that's locked. In this case, it became unlocked. The safety does function, though. I have a key, and I used it in this case. Now, there are two other safeties that are defeated by the pull of the trigger. The first, and you see on top of the trigger shoe, which is this plastic piece right here, there is a thin piece of plastic called the trigger safety. This prevents the trigger from being pulled if it's not pressed. So if something accidentally gets within the trigger guard, it hits the side of the trigger can't be pulled unless you depress that very thin piece of plastic in the middle. Once you do that, now it can actually go into the trigger guard all the way. You can pull the trigger. The last safety that you will, you can't really see, but it's on the inside here. When we flip this around, maybe you'll be able to see it. I don't think you can. Yeah, you can't see it in this one. But it's on the underside of the cylinder. It's called a firing pin safety. This is what prevents the firing pin from coming forward and striking anything in the chamber. The only way that it's defeated is by pulling the trigger. How this is a safety, if it's dropped, the trigger goes backwards. It doesn't go backwards. The firing pin does not disengage from the sear and doesn't detonate what's in the chamber. So it is a safety from that point of view, but it is defeated with the pull of the trigger. There is one more safety feature that does not keep the firearm from being fired, and it is a loaded chamber indicator. It is on the very top. So if something is within the chamber, it lifts up and you can see that little red line. It just lets you know that it's loaded. This does not keep the firearm from being fired. So those are all the safety features on this pistol.
Thank you. You can return back up there. So I do not know a lot about firearms, so I apologize, but I'm going to ask you a couple things just to make sure that I am understanding what you just explained. So the safety on the side, you're saying that that has to manually be flipped up before the gun can be fired, correct?
So it would be flipped down. If it were flipped up, it's in safe. And so when you look at it again, I'm going to handle this without gloves. I apologize. But you can see a red dot on the side. If that's exposed, it's ready to be fired. If it's flipped up and covered, if you don't see the red dot, it is now unsafe.
Okay. And so that has to be flipped. You have to actually physically cock the gun to get the bullet to go up into the chamber. And I'm talking about before you can actually fire a first shot out of it.
Yes, you would have to feed a cartridge into the chamber by pulling the slide all the way back and releasing it. Yes.
Okay. And then the third kind of component is that the trigger would need to be pulled because of that last safety that you talked about, correct?
Yes, those last two safeties would be defeated by the pull of the trigger, yes.
Okay, and so that last safety, again, is just to make sure that if a gun is dropped, that it's not going off unless, without somebody actually pulling the trigger. Is that?
That's correct.
Way to say that? Okay. And so all of those safeties on this particular gun, you stated they worked correctly as far as you could tell?
They did.
Okay. So I also want to talk about when you received this gun, did you receive anything other than the firearm itself?
Yes, I did. So within this box.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yes. Yes. So within this box, I also received 4 unfired pieces of ammunition, or 4 cartridges, and then I received 1 fired cartridge case.
And so when you say unspent, I think it's the way that it's listed on that envelope there. Is that the bullets that were in the magazine that were in the gun? Is that what that means, where it says unspent bullets?
Yes, those unfired cartridges were from the magazine.
Okay.
Yes.
And so now I want to get down specifically to the report that you made in this particular case, the testing that you did on this weapon, okay? And so you tested the shell casing that you received. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And when we're talking about the shell casing, are we talking about the shell casing that was the spent shell casing that was actually found lodged in the gun?
It was reported to be within the firearm in some capacity. That was noted. When I received it, it was separate from the firearm, but that was noted, and that is the cartridge case. That is the fired cartridge case that I did examine in this case.
Okay. And when you did your testing, what, if anything, did you figure out about that casing versus any other casings from the gun?
So through my testing, the visual inspection and then microscopic examination of test-fired cartridge cases from this particular firearm, in conjunction with the fired cartridge case submitted in the same package, I was able to determine that that cartridge case from the scene was fired in this pistol.
Were you also provided a bullet? Not the 4 that were in the magazine, but a separate one. I believe you've got it listed as 5A on your report as one fired bullet from couch pillow.
Yes.
And were you able to examine that bullet in comparison with this firearm?
Yes, I was. I was able to determine that it shared the same class characteristics, meaning that it was the same general caliber. It had impressions of the same rifling pattern within the barrel, and it did have similar individual marks that looked very similar to test-fired bullets that I'd gotten from this gun. However, the surface of this bullet had changed just enough. It was slightly damaged. I was not able to make a definitive determination on whether or not it was fired from this particular gun.
And when you say that the bullet was damaged, could that be caused by entering, exiting a body, or hitting a hard surface, anything like that?
If it makes impact with anything semi-solid, solid, it can absolutely have an effect on the bullet and its condition.
What about a remote control?
I could see that damaging a bullet as well.
And what about if it makes multiple entries in one person's body? For example, if it goes through a hand, out a hand, and a chest, out a back. Would that be another thing that could cause the damaging to the bullet?
It could, yes.
And so because of this damage to the bullet that was found in the couch pillow, you're not able to definitively say that it matches the bullets in the gun, but you can say that it had similarities and the same class, I believe you called it?
Yes, it had the same class, meaning a firearm very much like this with the same caliber, same rifling pattern, had made these marks. However, those microscopic marks left behind by the gun have been slightly damaged enough where I can't tell one way or another if it were fired from this gun.
Now, I also want to talk about the fact you were provided with what's marked on your report here as Exhibit 3A, and it's one white Justice brand tank top from Destiny Oliver. And you talk a little bit in your report about you did a visual examination of that shirt. Can you just explain to the jury what you did with that?
Yes. One of the other testings that is performed within my unit at TBI would be a muzzle to garment distance determination. And this is an approximate distance that can be determined from the end of the muzzle or the end of the barrel to whatever is fired upon. Usually in the cases that we work, they're articles of clothing someone was wearing. So it would be the general distance between those two. So how this is done is it's visually inspected first to see if there are any holes that look like bullet holes or bullet entries or exits. And I will visually and microscopically look at these bullet holes to see if there are gunshot residues around that hole. If there is, there are chemical tests that I can perform to enhance and to see those particles. If they form a distinct pattern, meaning much like if you spray a spray can, you know that it comes out in almost a circular pattern, not too dissimilar to what the gun will do with gunshot residue. So once that pattern, if it's actually developed, I can look at that and then make test patterns with the firearm and like ammunition at known distances so that I can make a pattern at contact. I can make one at 1 foot, 2 foot, all the way out to 6 feet, and then compare those patterns to the one that I developed on the shirt to see generally how far away this pattern looks based on my knowns. And in this case, when I did my testing and after visual, microscopic, and chemical testing, there were gunshot residues present. However, it did not form a distinct pattern, and therefore I could not come up with a distinct or a definitive distance at which this shot could have been fired.
And when you're talking in your report, you reference a hole A on the T-shirt, and that would be in the upper mid-chest area. And then you also reference a hole B, which is on the upper left back area. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and so when you're saying there was not a distinct pattern of gunshot residue, you're talking about on the front of the shirt and the back of the shirt, correct?
So when I'm specifically talking about the results I just had mentioned, I should have distinguished those two. So hole A on the front, I did find gunshot residue there, but that did not form a distinct pattern. On the back, I did find residues that were consistent with the passage of a bullet, but it wasn't as if it were fired upon there. So hole A had more gunshot residue here, and there were residues on the back, hole B, but there were very few there, and there was definitely no pattern on the back.
And so would the lack of a pattern, or could the lack of a pattern be caused if the bullet passed through the victim's hand first before entering her chest?
There are many reasons why a pattern may not form, and an intervening object such as a body part like a hand can absolutely affect the deposit of a pattern, because it blocks that GSR or the gunshot residue from depositing on the shirt. So anything in between the muzzle and its final, I don't want to say target, but whatever it hits, if there's anything in between it, that GSR can be picked up by that intervening object.
I want to talk now about some specifications of this particular gun. Can you tell us about how much pressure it takes to pull that trigger on that gun?
So a part of the normal function testing of firearms, we do record the trigger weight, meaning in pounds, how many pounds of pressure it will take to pull the trigger far enough to release the firing pin. In this case, and this is a unique gun in that it has a unique feature called a double strike or a second strike feature. And all that means is that if the slide is racked, now the firing pin is connected to the trigger, and all the trigger will do is release the firing pin. That trigger weight is, as I recorded it, it was 5 pounds and 5/8. So just a little over 5.5 pounds of pressure to pull the trigger in that mode. Now, the reason why Taurus did this, at least explained on their website, was that say the cartridge within the chamber doesn't go off and you don't have time to re-rack the slide, you can pull the trigger again, and there's a mechanism that when you pull the trigger now, it actually reconnects that firing pin with the trigger and then releases. So it's a double action in that it cocks and then releases the firing pin. That trigger pull is slightly heavier because it's doing an additional function within the gun. So it's around 6.5 pounds of pressure there. So if the slide is racked, a little over 5.5. If it's not, 6.5.
But just to be clear, let's say that this was the first time that gun was ever being fired. Before that initial bullet comes out, it would have to be racked.
It would have to be racked, yes.
Okay. And can you tell us about actually racking a gun? Is there any sort of pressure or strength or anything like that that's required to physically rack the gun?
So typically, in order to what we call rack the gun or to pull this slide to the rear, it's pretty taut. There's a very big spring. It's called the recoil spring, and it has a couple of functions. But basically, what its main function is to pull that slide back to home and locked in so that you can now pull the trigger. That takes a decent amount of force to be able to do. And I will say it does take some practice and some dexterity to be able to grab the slide and to proficiently pull the slide back and release it. Now, again, that's not something I do as a firearms examiner. I don't teach people how to do that. However, because I'm a special agent and I do qualify every year with firearms, that is training that we go through. They do train you in how to properly operate semi-automatic pistols. We don't use this exact one, but it's very similar. So I can speak to that, yes, it does take a little bit of training in order to proficiently rack the slide in order to load it and fire it.
Now, during the course of this case, were you also able to do some independent research regarding the ability of maybe small children to fire these sorts of handguns?
I was requested to see if there was any research on that topic, and I found one article that does refer to small children and women and their ability to pull certain poundages of trigger pulls.
And specifically this article, can you tell the jury, did this article deal with 2-year-old children?
From my knowledge in reading it, it did not include, the sample size did not include 2-year-olds. The youngest was 3-year-olds.
And in that study, what was the percentage of 3- and 4-year-olds that would be able to pull the trigger of some sort of firearm? I'm not sure if the study actually...
It did say the poundage. So between 3- and 4-year-olds, from what the study has said, was that 25% of these children in that age range had the ability to use 2 fingers to pull the trigger weight of about 10 pounds. So anything 10 pounds and less, 25% of these children were able to use 2 fingers to depress the trigger.
But again, this study, was this the only one that you could find?
This is the only one I could find, and that this is not a study or test that we perform at the TBI.
And that study, again, it did not focus on 2-year-old children. It only looked at as young as 3 and 4. Is that right?
As young as 3 and 4 on up into other ages, yes.
Okay. And so, in your expert opinion, the particular firearm in this case, do you believe that it would be possible for a 2-year-old to fire this weapon?
It can be possible, and again, I must qualify with these are not tests that we perform at the TBI, and I can only say it's possible.
Do you think that it would be difficult at all?
I'm going to object anything further. He said he doesn't do those.
I think he's gone as far as he can go, sustained.
So, in this dealing with this particular gun, let's say a 2-year-old did get this weapon. What would they have to do in order to fire it?
That depends on how they find it, to be honest. So if they found it loaded and the safety was off, all they would have to do is pull the trigger. If it was unloaded, then they would have to load it themselves. They'd have to rack the slide in order to do that. If the safety was engaged, they'd have to disengage that manual lever safety or take the key and unlock it if it were locked that way. But again, there's any combination of those things that they would have to do if they were to try to fire the firearm.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Agent Kuykendall. You doing okay up there?
Doing well, thank you.
If you need some water or something, shout.
Oh, thank you.
Right. Let me, says the man who needs water. Yeah. This one study you found, Bill, starts with, it has groupings of ages, right?
It does.
And it says 3 to 4-year-olds, 5 to 6-year-olds, 7 to 8-year-olds, right?
That is correct.
So if we're talking about a 2.5-year-old, 2.5-year-olds are not listed, 2-year-olds are.
Yeah, anything less than 3 was not listed.
Right. So, and this is at a low end on the trigger pull, right?
On this particular firearm,
yes.
It's about typical. It's around 5 pounds is typical for most pistols. It can be a little heavier. Any lower, that's usually a performance trigger, meaning it's lighter, so it's easier to pull.
And while that was only one study, you're aware of what goes on in the world, right? The world with guns.
Could you clarify?
If I tell you that Have you read newspaper articles, seen reports on television about small children that age getting a hold of a pistol, shooting themselves or someone else in an accident? You heard of that?
I've heard of cases, yes.
Tragically, right?
Tragically.
Now, we talked a little bit when we were doing jury selection with folks about their own usage of guns and keeping of guns. If this gun was found by a child, loaded and with the safety off, all they have to do is pull that trigger to fire.
That is correct, yes.
The most safety conscious of gun owners would keep a safety on. Should keep the safety on.
And it just depends on how they want to keep the gun, if it's going to be ready.
A lot of people don't keep the safety on, do they?
I can't testify to that.
But those small children who got hold of guns and fired them likely did not load a magazine, rack a pistol, and then pull a trigger.
It's hard to say. I can't recall any specific situations.
Thank you, Agent. Have a good trip home.
Anything further? You are free to go. Have a safe trip back to Nashville. Call your next witness.
State Calls Detective Phyllis Tonkin.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat, please.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yes, my name is Phyllis Tonkin.
And can you spell your first and last name for our court reporter?
PhyllisTonkin.
And where are you currently employed?
Knoxville Police Department.
What do you do now?
Currently working in the Office of Professional Standards.
Okay. Prior to working in the Office of Professional Standards, did you work in a different capacity at KPD?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that?
I've been with the department for 22 years. The first 16 and a half years I worked in special crimes. We did investigations with domestic, elder, human trafficking, missing persons, and child abuse. And then I went to internet crimes against children.
Okay. And so in September of 2019, where were you? Which role did you have?
I would be working in the special crimes unit.
Okay. And so what was your title in the special crimes unit?
Investigator.
Okay. And you said that you did that for about, did you say 14 years?
About 16 and a half
16
years.
Okay. Do you recall if on September 14th of 2019 you became involved in a case involving Robin Howington?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And tell the jury briefly how you became involved in this case.
There was a call that came in, and it involved a child that had been shot. I went to the scene with Investigator Riddle, and I assisted him with that case.
Okay. And so the reason that you were involved in the case is that because there was a child victim?
Correct.
Okay. And so Major Crimes handles homicides, but in this case, since the victim that was deceased was a child, then you become involved as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is there also somebody with the Department of Children's Services who is assisting as well?
Yes.
Okay. And do you and the Department of Children's Services kind of work in tandem on these types of cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you said that you were involved there initially at the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall if you were involved at all with speaking to Ms. Howington at the scene before she went to the hospital?
Not at the scene.
Okay. Did you travel to the hospital and speak with her at the hospital?
I don't believe so.
You're aware that she went to the hospital, though, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And thereafter, she was brought to the Knoxville Police Department to be interviewed, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So when she was brought to the Knoxville Police Department, the interview that was done, that started with Detective Riddle and Brendan Wardlaw, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was your role in this particular interview?
This particular interview, I was with the Department of Children's Services. I did ask some questions in regards to the domestic violence that Ms. Howington was involved in, and then the majority of the conversation was with the Department of Children's Services asking questions.
Okay. And so just so the jury is clear on the timeline, the initial statements that the defendant gave to Investigator Riddle and Investigator Wardlaw, you were not present in the room for those initial statements?
Correct.
Okay. But at some point in time, you got called in and spoke to Ms. Howington, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not DCS came with you into the room when you spoke to Ms. Howington?
They did.
Okay. And was that interview that you did with Ms. Howington, was that something that was recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, just so that we're clear, the first set of statements that Ms. Howington did, that was before you even got in the room, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so when you talk to her, that's kind of after she's talked to these investigators for a while, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Let me, if I could have the projector. Did you put it in already?
This is Phil Stonkin.
Okay. Do you recognize the image that's on the screen right now?
Yes.
And is that, tell the jury what that is.
This is the interview on the interview room on the third floor of the Knoxville Police Department.
Okay. And there are 3 people in this interview room, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the one at the top?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you have become involved in this case as far as interacting with Ms. Howington, it looks like at 1:53 on the 15th, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time we'd ask to make this the next exhibit and publish this to the jury.
All right, make this Exhibit 44 would be Investigator Tonkin's interview of Ms. Howington.
We got the lights.
This is Phil Stonkin. She works in the domestic violence unit. She does this for a living. She's good at this. She does great at it. She's going to talk to you about nothing.
The person that just walked into the room, who is that?
Alicia Weaver with the Department of Children
Services.
with the Department of Children's Services.
Violence side of things. And this is a lady from DCS, and she's going to talk to you as well. Okay, I told you other agencies are involved. And they may ask you some personal issues, and I'll stay out of it. Okay?
Ms. Robin, my name is Phyllis, and I work in the special crimes unit. I'm sorry about your loss. This is Alicia. She works with DCS. We're going to have to ask you some pretty hard questions. But all I want you to do is just to be honest with me, okay? And I know that you've been through a lot tonight. It's okay.
It's really not amazing, dead.
But as you know, the other investigators were in here, I know that things have kind of changed as you talk to them, right?
Correct.
If there's something you need to tell,
I do. I told the truth.
When he came in, you said that you all had tussled a little bit.
She came in screaming and hollering anyway.
What was he screaming?
Because Destiny didn't want to talk to him on the phone because on Friday she got a bad report at school and he gives her hell about it. He's a narcissist. He's very hard on her. And when he called today to talk to her, he asked her how she did at school yesterday, and she said bad. And he got to jumping her ass, and she ran out of the room. And me and him got in an argument. I told him that she shouldn't feel like that. She shouldn't be scared of her daddy.
So you were in the living room when that happened, or were you in the kitchen?
No, we were on the phone.
You were on the phone. So whenever he came, where were you in the house?
I have two living rooms. We were in the living room.
Okay. And when you were in the middle, where were you sitting?
I had like a couch and there's like a footstool thing, and I was sitting on the footstool. She was laying watching Netflix with TV, and then Gavin was sitting beside me.
You said that you two had gotten into a tussle. Where did you guys tussle at?
In the doorway between the two living rooms.
Okay. And were you in which living room were you in when you were tussling?
We were in the doorway.
In the doorway. Which side were you? Were you on the one closest to the door?
Yes.
Out?
Yes.
Side?
Yes.
Or were you?
Yes. I was trying to get him to leave.
Okay. And where was the gun at?
It was in the closet.
Okay.
And Gavin got the stool.
What stool?
There's like those little things like tables with the two little bar stools or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that's where they eat at. They don't eat at the table, they eat there in front of the TV.
Okay. So and I work in domestic violence, so I'm trying to figure out if we have any charges against the baby daddy. And I say that because if there was a tussle, I want to know kind of, if you could walk me through your tussle.
Yeah, I was trying to get him to leave and he was basically fighting me not to.
Okay. So you were
in the first living room.
In the first living room. So you're tussling. Tell me what he did to you. Because I was looking to see if you had any injuries.
No.
Do you have any injuries?
I mean, not really. I sprayed him, so there's probably not anything.
Doesn't that stuff just rub off? No? What about in the rain? Does it just kind of...
Not in the shoes.
Is that normal?
No.
Do you have any marks on your side or anything from where you were tussling? Is that something we might be able to do?
I mean, it was really mainly my arms because, like, I was trying to get him out and he was just trying to hold me and was screaming and hollering, "I'm a whore. I don't want to be with him." I got raped by a police officer on May 21st, 2019, and I'm about to get a settlement from the city because of it. And ever since he found out about that, being nosy in my house, he's been very persistent about it. And him and the guy I've been talking to got into a fight. Well, they got into a tussle in the yard yesterday. So it's like he's been creeping up on me or, lurking around my house. Stalking me, whatever you want to call it.
So you said tell me exactly what he did when you're in the doorway. What did he do?
He put his hands on me and came
right
on.
Here?
Yes.
Okay. And he just put his hands on you?
Yeah, he put his hands on me and pushed me up against, there was like, the doorway's kind of long. It was like, "You're a whore, blah, 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 you don't want to be with me, you want to be," he said that white girls have sex with anybody, that he wished he never had a kid with me, he's going to stick to his own race from now on. I mean, he was just screaming and calling like a nut, basically.
And you tried to push him out?
Yes. Okay. Which is not possible because he's way stronger than me. He lifts weights, he's a big like, he's like a health nut. Goes to the gym every day, all that. And I feel like my son was trying to protect this.
Well, and first off, what's interesting is the fact that you say you're trying to push him out, but you're on the outside. Right. See how that doesn't make sense?
Yeah, I'm saying, we went back and forth. It wasn't like we were just in one place at one time. Like I said, he actually pushed me up against the wall, everything. Like, it just happened so fast. Like, it seemed like forever, but it really wasn't.
What we'd like to do is just to see if you have any injuries on you. Is that something you could do? Sure. Okay. And then
I know my back is hurting.
So do you recall if you ever took Miss Howington out and gave her the opportunity to show you any injuries or anything like that?
She did go use the restroom, and there were no injuries.
And what?
No injuries.
There were no injuries?
There was I think a little bruise on her shoulder, but other than that, we did not see any injuries.
So, since you're going to do that, what we can do is we can go into the restroom and then we'll check and see if you have any bruising from the scuffle from earlier.
Just my back hurt right here.
Okay. We can see if there's anything back, on your back, and then she'll do the screen, and then we'll come back in here. You good with that? You've been in here for a little bit. You probably need a little break.
That was between us.
What's that?
Between me and
Tonight it was. Do you know where that popped off at? No. Do you have any other injuries other than, just your back is real sore?
Yes.
So if you're wanting to try and get an order of protection, we're at the Family Justice Center. Okay? And that's where Alicia's housed out of also. What we can do is come in, we'll talk with one of our advocates, and we can try and get an order.
Right now.
Do you know where he's staying at? Does he have any friends?
I don't know anything about him. All he knows is
You have a baby with him and you don't know anything about him?
Right. Because he's very private person.
Detective Tonkin, after this interview that you did with Miss Howington, do you remember going then back to Balsam Drive with Detective Wardlaw and Detective Riddle and DCS and yourself, where you all kind of did a reenactment? Do you remember that happening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember being in the room with Miss Howington at some point where it was just the two of you in the room, or maybe the two of you and DCS in the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall at this point in time if there had been any mention of a black purse as far as you knew?
Not that I knew.
Okay. While you were in the room, did Miss Howington mention something about a black purse?
She did.
Did you relay that information to Detective Riddle?
I did.
Were you also involved in attempting to interview Gavin, the little 2-year-old in this case?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
We take children to Child Help USA, and they have a forensic interviewer there that is trained to interview children with trauma. They also have expertise in child abuse investigations. And we did try and so I wasn't in the room. We have a one-way mirror, and myself and the Department of Children's Services sit behind the mirror and watch the interview take place. Gavin went in to the room with the forensic interviewer, who no longer works with DCS, with the Child Help. She attempted to get Gavin to talk to her. He ran to the door, and then she was able to call him back, and then he laid on the floor and took a writing utensil and looked like he was doing something on a piece of paper, and then he gets up She's still trying to ask him questions, and then he goes back to the door, and that was the end of the interview.
Okay, so there was an attempt made to interview Gavin, is that
Yes.
fair? And he was basically too young to be interviewed.
Correct.
Okay. Let me show you this DVD now. Do you recognize this as a DVD of the child help
Yes.
interview that was attempted on Gavin? He could make this the next exhibit.
Mark and file it as Exhibit 45. Why does the jury need to see this? Why does the jury need to see
It
this?
shows the size of this child, it shows how he's interacting with others. It's important for the jury to see.
How long is it?
It is approximately 5 minutes.
All right, play it.
Okay, and so there are 4 different views. Is the purpose of the 4 different views so that people can see the entirety of the room there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there's a mirror, a one-way mirror where you can see into the room, but it looks like a mirror from the inside. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are behind that mirror?
Yes, ma'am.
To draw? Do you like to draw? No. Look, I have it. Do you want to draw? Look, I got green. No. No, you don't like green? Hey, Gavin, how old are you? How old are you? No? No! You want to come talk to me? What's wrong, honey? What's wrong? What's wrong? What are you doing? No? Can you tell me what your name is? No. Okay. Can you tell me how old you are? Look, do you want to color in here? Color in the floor? I like to color in the floor. I'll use the green paper that I've already used. Here's some paper. Want to draw a picture? Do you want to color? Can you draw? Can you draw? Would you like to draw? Can you draw me a picture? done with that one? Liam. Oh. Hey, Gavin, can you tell me about your family? Oh, that's great. Do you want to talk to me a little bit? Hey, Gavin, do you want to come talk with me?
Unless you're talking as part of your investigation, did you also participate in taking any measurements of little Gavin's size?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And to show you, does ask you, do you recognize these set of pictures? It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pictures.
Yes, these are pictures that we took on the day of the forensic interview.
We could make this the next exhibit.
Let those be marked and filed collectively as number 46.
Okay, and so for exhibit number 46, tell the jury, we don't have these on the projectors, so you might just have to stand up and show the jury what it is that we're looking at in these pictures.
This is a picture of Gavin, and this is how tall Gavin is.
How tall is Gavin?
I don't have my fingers on.
Does it accurately reflect how tall he is?
It does.
Okay.
It's about 38.
How tall?
38 inches, is that correct?
Yeah, approximately.
Okay. And then what did you guys do to see how far up Gavin could reach?
We had the tape up, and then we basically had to have some fun, try and have some fun with him, and then we were able to get him to reach.
Does she have like a gummy or a piece of candy or something in her hand?
It looks like she's got a piece of candy in her hand.
Okay. And so she's holding it up for him to reach out to?
Right here.
Okay.
And then the next picture is a picture of Gavin reaching for the piece of candy. Then the last picture shows the length of his arm reach.
And, oh, you got one more.
Yep, and then we have pictures where we drew a picture of his hand.
To show the size of his hand.
The size of his hand.
Okay. We could publish those to the jury. And then this.
What was the reach? What was the measurement on the reach?
I can read it to you. Can you see that?
Probably not.
The jury can see this, Your Honor, but can you read what
About
that says?
45
Help
inches.
him with-
About 45 inches.
All right, and then I'm going to hand you this last set of pictures. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do you recognize those?
Yes. This first is a picture of Gavin's hands that we drew.
Okay. And so literally you guys just traced his little hand.
Traced his hand.
Okay. And then the other ones?
Then this is, oh, they're together. So this is a measurement of Gavin's hand. This is a measurement of his left hand. A measurement of his right hand. Another measurement of the right hand. Another measurement of the right hand. and another measurement of the right hand.
We can make this collectively the next exhibit and probably should.
Be 47. And how many total photos or drawings was that?
I think it was 11.
8.
It's on 47.
That was 47. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Sir?
I don't want to get your title wrong.
Investigator?
Investigator. Investigator Taunton. We've known each other, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit about that third floor in the old KPD safe.
Yes, sir.
We're watching, we're not now, we were watching that video from that was recorded in that room, right?
Yes, sir.
302. And there is a spot on that floor where people can go and watch that interview, right?
Yes.
There's no two-way glass in that room.
That's correct, sir.
You're just watching the same video that we're watching here on the monitor.
Yes, sir.
Right. When did you arrive at KPD that day?
I could not recall when I arrived.
You asked her some questions about some of the things, right when you sat down, you asked her some questions about some of the things she had told Investigator Riddle and Wardlaw, right?
Yes.
Were you down the hall watching that video?
I was not watching all of the video. I don't remember what part, if I watched any. There were a lot of things going on, and so I can't say that I watched every single second, or if I watched, I know I didn't watch the whole thing.
But you did see some of it.
I may have seen some of it.
Did you see the part where she told him she'd been raped by a police officer?
No.
Did you see the part where the investigator decides to give her a hug in that room?
No, sir.
Do you remember what was going on in the interview that you did see?
What I did?
Right.
I was sitting there, and the Department of Children's Service was sitting there as well, and she was sitting in front of me.
Do you recall hearing either Wardlaw or Riddle telling Miss Howington, you know, if you say he did it, he's going to have to go through a forensic interview?
No.
So there's only one forensic interview, right?
Yes.
And we just saw an attempt at a forensic interview.
Yes, sir.
So that would have been the thing that this child was going to be subjected to.
Yes, sir.
Asking him to color and chasing him around the room because he won't sit down.
He's a 2-year-old.
Right. But during that interview, you were on the third floor of the KPD building.
Yes, that's where the interview took place.
Did you see them go into that room? Did you see Riddle, Wardlaw, and Ms. Howington go into that room?
No.
Were you on the floor when they went into that room?
I don't know. I don't recall if I was on the floor yet or not.
Did you see either of them walk out of that room, either Wardlaw or Riddle walk out of that room while you were there during their interview?
No.
Had they come and asked you to step into the interview and observe, would you have been okay with that?
To observe the interview?
Yes.
Yes. We step in and do interviews with everybody.
They come out and said to you, we got a woman in here who's afraid she was raped a while back by a police officer. She's uncomfortable with the two of us. Would you come sit in the room? You'd have done that.
Yes, sir.
And then, when you come into that room, I believe Detective Riddle tells her that DCS gonna come, there gonna be some private questions that are gonna need to be asked, and he's gonna leave the room, right?
Yes.
So he left the room.
Yes, sir.
And he goes down that hallway, right? Out of the
I
room.
don't know where he went, but yes.
And could easily go to the place where you watch the video from, right?
Where who?
Where you watch the feed from the interview room.
He could have. I don't know where he went.
But when you sat down there, you start asking questions that are just a whole lot like what was asked in the interview, right?
I was asking domestic violence questions and what happened.
How'd you lose that fingernail? Where was it? Where was he in the room? Where were the two of you in between those rooms? Those kind of questions, right? That was really just that was an investigative ploy, right? To get you in the room, to have her now, so you can pull your chair up close, get into space and say, tell me what happened. Get the guys out of the room.
I was going in there with the Department of Children's Services and to talk about the domestic violence.
Is that the entirety of that interview?
No, sir.
Does the Department of Children's Service ask any questions in that interview?
Yes, they do.
But not in the part we saw.
No, correct. There was more questions asked.
And your questions about domestic violence were questions about what happened at 502 Balsam on the night of September the 14th, 2019.
Yes, sir.
The incident.
I'm sorry?
The incident about which this trial is being conducted.
The incident that led up to what this trial was about, yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Anything further, General?
Can we approach?
Ladies and gentlemen, I need to take up a matter in your absence. Don't discuss the case. All rise for the jury. Everyone may have a seat. Now, what is the issue, General?
Well, Your Honor, in this DCS record that I took out, that they talk about how she's lost her other child through DCS and things of that nature, that I wasn't going to play for this jury, but now that Mr. Whalen has said to the jury...
Don't talk over her. Let her talk, and then you'll get your turn.
Said to the jury, you know, why are there other portions that haven't been played? I feel like I need to play the rest of this interview that includes where DCS is talking about this other child.
What relevance does that have to this?
All right, it has relevance because the defense attorney is making it to this jury that we've taken out portions of this interview that are important. The state's done something wrong, which we've not done. So I'm happy to play the whole interview.
All right.
I watched the video played here where they talk about this being DCS's opportunity to come in and talk to her, and the only one that talks is Ms. Thompson. And so I asked the question, is this a ploy? Are you just getting back in there just to talk about, get a female in to ask the questions and see if the answers change? I think that's a reasonable question given what they played. I'm looking for I'm pretty sure I had a transcript of that, but I'm not sure because I think there's another interview at the house. If they want to say or have...
Can we both stipulate, if we bring the jury back in here, that the DCS investigator during the course of this interview asked a number of questions of Ms. Howington that the parties agree are not factually germane to this proceeding? Can we agree to stipulate to that announcement?
We can stipulate to that announcement, Judge, and if the state wants to avoid these, they can just tell me when they're offering a redacted video. I haven't been offered I didn't know that redacted video existed.
I mean, I think the record is pretty clean so far in this case, and I really don't want to get into stuff about her having a child removed that doesn't have anything to do with what we're trying here.
Well, it does, because in here she says that the reason the child is removed is because of something that Antoine has done. So that, I think, makes it germane to what we have here, because her feelings about Antoine...
How is it germane now when it wasn't germane 15 minutes ago when you didn't play it?
Your Honor, I didn't play it out of abundance of caution, but now that the defense attorney has said to this jury that we're hiding something from them, I think that it's even more important.
Okay. Your argument to me a moment ago was that the impression is being created that this was all a ruse, that DCS was merely a prop, and what the solution I'm offering is that the parties agree and stipulate that DCS, in fact, during the course of this same interview, asked a number of questions of Ms. Howington that were not germane to this proceeding. Which, doesn't that answer the question that this was a ruse?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think that Mr. Whalen...
That was his argument, though, not
I
mine.
understand. Why does that announcement and agreed stipulation not cure your worries? I really think you're prying the lid off of a box you may not want to pry it off of, General, to go into why she lost another child when you're prosecuting her for felony murder and the perpetration of aggravated child neglect. Do we really want to pry the lid off that box?
I don't know how to undo when the defense attorney stands up and gives the impression to the jury that the state is leaving things out on purpose so that they can't see it. I don't know how to undo that, so that's my concern.
May I suggest a remedy? Stop introducing redacted videos without telling someone you've redacted the video. They did the same thing with the first cruiser video. Said, what are you introducing? The cruiser video. And it turned out it was two very brief snippets of the cruiser video. If they don't want me to say why you're doing that, let me know you're doing it before you do it. That's actually required by the rule. They should be telling me what they're introducing, not telling me it's the cruiser video when it's not the full thing, or it's the this interview when it's not the full thing.
Folks, we can sit here and argue for the next couple of hours about what has transpired and what hasn't. We can't change the fact that this video has been introduced. Investigator Tonkin has testified about what transpired in the interview room between she and Ms. Howington. You have cross-examined and you asked the questions about the DCS worker being there. I am respectfully suggesting to both of you that I am offering you both a relatively painless way out of this dilemma that we find ourselves in. I'm going to have to listen to what was said in the DCS portion of the interview before I can rule on it. Are you that insistent that you want this in the record, General?
No, I think it's actually already in the record. I mean, she talks about it in her interview with Detective Riddle. I think that the caution was we just didn't want to draw more attention to it. But she's already said it in her interview. Like, she specifically talks about the issues and she hasn't seen her child in all these years. It's already in the record. Just put it out there.
How long is it? Why don't we do this? Why don't we take 10 minutes and let's just think it over and what the ramifications are of introducing this evidence, and then if I have to, I'll come back and listen to it. We'll stand in recess for 10 minutes. May have a seat. Waive the call for the state. For the defense. All right, General McDermott, I believe the parties have an announcement they wish to make to the court.
Yes, Your Honor. The parties, the state and the defense, agree and stipulate that DCS asked Ms. Howington questions not pertaining to this incident, which are not relevant to this case in particular. Therefore, a redacted copy of this interview was introduced.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you may accept a stipulation as accepted fact between the parties. It's not in dispute. Do you have any further questions of this witness on redirect?
Just briefly, Detective Tonkin, as far as what you were doing in the course and scope of whenever Investigator Wardlaw and Investigator Riddle were doing their interview, were you just standing right outside the door or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Were you doing other things pertaining to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you coordinating with other individuals and with DCS and your supervisors and things of that nature?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all.
Any further? No, Your Honor. All right. Ladies, you may step down, Detective Tonkin. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 5 o'clock. Good news and bad news. You want the good news first or the bad news first? The good news is that I think we've reached a point today where you've worked very hard, the lawyers have worked hard, and I think they've all agreed that maybe it's a good stopping point for today's work. There is obviously more that needs to be done in this case. You're going to be hearing further testimony tomorrow, so I want to give you the same instructions and admonitions that I gave you the previous 2 nights. You'll recall that you're on the honor system. Don't look at any media accounts about this case. Do not attempt to learn anything at all about this case from any independent source, and do not discuss this case with any other person at all. I want each of you to be in a position to judge this case based only on what you have heard in this courtroom and no place else. Have a very good evening. Enjoy some basketball if that is your preference, and I will see you back here. Report directly to the jury room like you did this morning. Be there by 10:15, just as we did this morning. My goal is to get you in here as close to 10:30 as possible and get back to work. I'm very fortunate tomorrow. I've only got an 8-page docket, which for a Thursday is a rarity. So we should be able to start back pretty close to 10:30. Have a very good evening. We'll see you back tomorrow morning. All rise for the jury. Everyone may have a seat. Let's take just a couple of minutes before we break for the day to think about jury instructions. I don't think I've asked Ms. Mullins to give you a rough copy of the instructions yet. What is the state's position on the lesser included offenses that should be charged in the felony murder count?
I believe General Ammons said the last time that we were in court what our position. This is a topic that he was researching.
The only question I have is on second-degree murder. I think that it's clear that voluntary manslaughter would not be a lesser. I think we all can agree on that. I think we all agree that reckless homicide and criminally negligent homicide under Burns should be instructed.
Yes, sir.
Second degree is a result of conduct offense. My initial impression was it should not be charged. I found a case, but that involves aggravated child abuse as opposed to aggravated child neglect. Right. Clearly, under aggravated child abuse, it would be instructed, but that's not what we have here. Yeah, let's look at it. I didn't know if either side had looked at it yet. I'm going to go on Westlaw tonight and look a little bit more and see if there's anything out there. My inclination is not to charge it, but I don't know yet. So, and then on the neglect counts, I think on the one where serious bodily injury is alleged, we would charge reckless aggravated assault and reckless endangerment. On the one where the deadly weapon is alleged, reckless endangerment. And then on the which count involves is on the tampering counts is the attempt count involving the phone.
We'll have to make an election on that.
Well, you're going to have to make an election on the false report. So there wasn't. I thought there was a bill of particulars done on the tampering counts.
I asked for a bill of particulars. The response was, "We've indicted you and provided this."
Your Honor, for a bill of particulars, we have to be ordered to do one. So it's not like that we're just not doing something that we're supposed to be doing in this case.
We're not going to argue about it. Okay. I'm just simply asking. I've got a tampering count that is a consummated count, i.e., she is alleged to have concealed an item, a thing, and I'm assuming that's the firearm. There is an attempted count where she's accused of attempting to tamper with evidence by attempting to alter a thing. And I'm assuming that's the cell phone.
I think it's in the indictment. If the court would let me.
The indictment just says thing in both counts, which is the language from the statute, but I need to know which thing we're talking about.
I think conceal would be the firearm, alter would be the phone.
I think that's the only one that makes logical sense, but I just want to confirm that. So I'll charge the consummated, the way it's indicted on the firearm, tampering with evidence, and then I think I've got to charge attempt as well. It's indicted as an attempt, so I can't think of what a lesser would. I don't think there's any lessers on that. All right. I'm going to have an expert witness instruction.
That's the only thing I can think of that would be additional, but I will look at that tonight, and if there's anything else, I'll let you know at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
All right. Mr. Whalen, have you thought any about the instructions and what you wish to have included?
Not sufficiently, no.
Well, from a logistical standpoint, let's talk about tomorrow. You've got, in all likelihood, 3 witnesses, General, left.
And maybe 4, I don't know if we're going to call you.
So with any luck, the state's going to be resting their proof maybe by mid-afternoon, late afternoon.
Probably late afternoon.
I would like to get all of the evidence in tomorrow if we can do that and get all the proof concluded. And then if it's late in the day, we'll come back Friday morning and argue and charge it. But that's kind of my goal. So get a good night's sleep. If we have to work till 6:30 or 7 o'clock tomorrow night in order to get all the proof in, I think we need to do that. All right. Anything else we need to take up today?
Not from the state.
Your Honor, as far as one thing I guess that we would want potentially is looking at TPI 4227, there's an inference of concealment or destruction of evidence. That one.
No, I mean, that's appropriate.
Yeah.
Does either side want the pattern instruction on admissions against interest?
What number is that one?
It's in the 42s. I can't remember what the number is. $42.11. I mean, it's appropriate. Does either side want it charged?
I didn't bring my book. Chance to look at
It's the pattern instruction on admissions against interest. I'll charge that too. All right. Everybody have a good evening, get a good night's rest, and I'll see you back here, be in your chairs, ready to go to work, not later than 10:15 tomorrow morning. Ms. Howington can be sure to be here by that time. Court will stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Everybody have a good evening.